Our agenda this evening includes 2 concept reviews and 2 study session items. The public may attend tonight's meeting and future council meetings in person at the George DeFiro City and County Buildings Council Chambers located at 1 Macomb Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website. The public may also participate in public comment on the concept review items only, either by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. We're also taking in-person comments over at the podium. Please note, if you're calling in for public comment on a concept review item and would like to speak on more than one concept review, you'll need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item, and the individual attending in person will speak first. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes, and if time remains, the next 26 plus have 1.5 minutes. Again, if joining virtually for public comment, the number to call is 855-695-3744 and press *3 to be placed in the queue. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. Please call several minutes before the agenda item and press *3 to ensure you're in the queue for comment. If joining in person, we'll ask you to come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record. There's been a lot of community engagement this week regarding the Broomfield Public Health Order requiring masks indoors for ages 2 through 11 in schools and licensed child care facilities, effective yesterday, Monday, August 16th. Public comment during study sessions is only taken for concept reviews. If you would like to share comments with council on topics not included in this evening's agenda concept review items, please email council@broomfieldcitycouncil.org or join us next Tuesday, August 24th, for the regular city council meeting. Our first concept review item this evening is a proposal for a 5,227 square foot car wash located north of Colorado 7 and west of Huron Street in the Palisade Park PUD area. We will follow the city's standard procedures for concept plan reviews. First, the staff will present a summary of the application. Following the staff summary, the applicant will make their presentation. We'll then take public comment from members of the Land Use Review Commission and other interested advisory boards, followed by public comment. Then the applicant will have an opportunity for final comment and finally questions and comments from the city council. Electronic copies of concept review plans are available at broomfieldvoice.com. Copies of comments provided for each plan at broomfieldvoice.com have been provided to City Council and can be found by clicking on the correspondence link at the bottom of tonight's agenda. Council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum for this proposal, which I will ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mary, and good evening, everyone. Kayla Taft will walk us through this item. She is our new planning technician. Taft.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Pro Tem, and City Council. The applicant this evening has submitted a concept plan for a 5,227 square foot car wash within Lot 2 of the Palisade Park, filing number 1, Replat B subdivision. The next slide, please. The facility will include 3 automated pay stations, 31 self-service vacuum bays, an enclosed car wash tunnel, an enclosed car wash and vacuum equipment rooms, and parking spaces for exterior drying and interior vacuuming. Next slide, please. The 1.2 acre property is located north of State Highway 7 and west of Huron Street in the Palisade Park PUD area. The parcel is part of a larger site development plan, urban renewal site plan, which is Palisade Park filing number 1, approved in October of 2007, as well as the Palisade Park filing 1 Replat B final plat, which was approved in March 2016. A car wash is a permitted use within the Palisade Park PUD plan. The proposed car wash is located between the existing Wendy's drive-through to the west and a gas station to the east. The vacant lot located to the north is proposed for commercial development as a Marriott Residence Inn. Next slide, please. The Broomfield Comprehensive Plan designation for the area is mixed-use commercial. The proposed car wash use is consistent with this designation. Next slide, please. The proposal shows the car wash tunnel central to the site with vehicular access to the tunnel located to the southern side of the building. The tunnel then exits to the north of the site. There are also 3 proposed access points to the lot, 2 of which are located to the north of the site along the access road, and 1 to the west of the site along the shared access road. The site's vacuum bays and parking space are located to the west of the building. Pedestrian connections to the sidewalk to the north will be provided, as well as connection to the sidewalk along Colorado 7 to the south. Staff will work with the applicant to ensure that the formal landscaping plan will supplement the existing streetscape and comply with Brookfield standards. Next slide, please. The 30-foot tall building incorporates a contemporary design with smooth concrete masonry, architectural glazing, steel-shaped canopies, and metal accent wall panels. The building utilizes a varied color scheme, which is generally not compatible with the surrounding uses and vision for this area. Signage will be reviewed at the time of the formal submittal. Next slide, please. The City and County of Broomfield standard public notice requirements have been met for this case. The applicant hosted a neighborhood meeting, which was held on June 15th, 2021. Notices were sent to the property owners within 1,000 feet of the property location, and a sign was placed on the property. There were no attendees at this public meeting. Staff has identified 3 key issues with the conceptual proposal, the first of which being the support of the multimodal transportation network. Colorado 7 has been identified as an opportunity for sustainable multimodal transportation options, which includes bus rapid transit. A car wash is auto-oriented and is not consistent with the density necessary to support bus rapid transit. The second issue is the architecture and design. The current architectural design is not compatible with the I-25 sub-area plan and surrounding uses and vision for this area. Other approved buildings within the corridor largely feature neutral tones and masonry accents. And the final issue is the noise and light pollution. Approximately 400 feet to the north of the subject property is a proposed Marriott Residence Inn, as mentioned earlier. And to the west is the Children's Hospital North Campus building. The applicant has indicated that operation hours will be imposed to limit excessive light and noise in surrounding areas. Additional potential noise can be studied in greater detail as part of the site development plan if this proposal decides to proceed forward with a site development plan or urban renewal site plan. That concludes the staff presentation, and I believe the applicant is here as well for their presentation as well.
Thank you. The applicant's presentation is next. Will the applicant's representative please identify themselves for our listeners before beginning your brief presentation?
Yes. Hello, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Thomas Pennell with Bowman Consulting, representing Superstar Car Wash tonight for their presentation for your guys' review. Next slide, please. The site that, as the city staff already covered, is proposed for a tunnel car wash with 3 queuing bays with attendants that can operate those, or they can be machinery operated for people to pay for their washes and enter the wash. The intent is they would enter from the south and then proceed through the north to the wash. And if they choose to utilize the vacuum bays, they would then turn back to the south and go into one of the vacuum bays. Next slide, please. The architecture, definitely something that the client would be willing to work with city staff to meet the standards for this area. This is their typical layout and color scheme that they like to use, but they are trying to use very good quality materials and will work with the jurisdictions as desired. Next slide. Just kind of a rendering here showing looking to the northwest from the southeast corner, showing the queuing bays and then the entry into the wash. You can also see the vacuum arms on the right side of the rendering there. Next slide, please. This rendering just kind of represents where the signage normally is placed, and then what the proposed backing bays area will look like. Next slide. This is just a rendering to meet the city's requirements for landscaping that's proposed to provide screening from State Highway 7 and additional surrounding sites. Next slide. Actually, this is just some detail, but we don't need to go over that. That's all. That'll conclude my presentation.
Thank you very much. That was a little tiny to read. Are there any members of the Land Use Review Commission present who would like to comment on this proposal? Come forward. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I found a much shorter walk sitting over here. Just a couple of quick questions. I wanted to ask what the operation hours were, and I'm assuming that there'll be down lights that won't mitigate into the surrounding area. If you could just mention that. I was curious in looking at the plan that there's this unnamed road to the north, and as you're driving down Highway 7. I didn't know exactly how you would go about getting to that unnamed road to get into the facility, which I would be interested to hear. And then finally, and kind of brought this up, it's high-tech contemporary architecture, but it's really out of place for this area. The bright colors, it's a traditional area. So I would hope, and they mentioned that they'll work with staff to kind of tone down the colors, possibly with a little bit of veneer, probably dressed up a little bit, which I think would be very appropriate for this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fong. Any other boards and commission members?
Fred Weiss, alternate for the Land Use Review Commission. I just had kind of one question. I noticed in the write-up that the goal of the car wash is to reuse 60% of the water. And a little knowledge is dangerous, but I did do some research on the internet, and it does say that certain car washes are able to reuse 85% of their water. And I just wondered if the car wash might consider looking into something that might be more efficient and they might be able to reuse more of the water. We are in a pretty much a drought condition, and I think it would be beneficial if we could find a way to make it more reusable. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. Any others? All right. Public comments are next. As mentioned earlier, the public may comment both in person via phone. If you're joining us via phone and want to be placed in the queue for comment, please call 855-695-3744 and press star 3 to be placed in the queue. If you're joining in person, please line up behind the podium. And we'll wait. No line. Okay. We'll start. Next is the applicant. Would you like to address any of the questions and comments?
Yes, thank you very much. So first question was related to operating hours. The typical operating hours are from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. Any concerns with the access? Currently, there's an access that on each side of the gas station to the east and to just west of the Wendy's, there's an entrance on both locations to access the site. Architecture, kind of already touched on that. We'll work with city staff to find something that works for the environment in the area. And in terms of water reuse, their typical proto reuse is 60% for the Colorado market. There is opportunities to look at it on case-by-case basis to see if we can increase that, and also using different equipment to increase that reuse rate. One of the easiest ways is adding additional reuse tanks to the site, if it allows.
Fabulous. Does any member of council have any questions or comments? Councilmember Cohen?
Thank you. I just had a couple of quick questions. I'm a little confused by the concerns on aesthetics, considering there's a Wendy's next door, which uses very bright red colors, but I don't know if it's their community standard. I didn't think it looked all that bad myself. But my main question was about noise. In terms of the fact that there's a children's hospital next door and the plan for a hotel, which probably will house people who have people in hospital. Can you address what levels they are and the hour restrictions you're thinking of?
Yes, so the noise levels normally fall within the city's required decibels and the ambient decibels for the surrounding area. There is some other opportunities if it's determined that we need to make it have more sound mitigation. There is opportunities for that. And then the hours are from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay. Councilmember Green?
Thank you. Sound back a little. Yeah, I would say, in regards to the color scheme and the architect, I agree, it doesn't fit in that area. And I know a few other concept reviews that came to us, and I won't mention them, they were more restaurants, but they had big red indicators, huge signs, and we did have them removed based on the architect of that area. So I would probably follow the area and the architect, and it sounds like you guys are willing to work with that too. And I think really the noise and light pollution with your hours of operations and what we just talked about might be able to be handled. The one thing that's still left for me is it doesn't necessarily fit our planning for the multimodal transportation. And we really need those metrics in that area in order to get the funding to build that road and have it the transportation hub that we envision for it. So that would be my only drawback on this project, would be those things. But the one I would say deal killer is the multimodal transportation metrics. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim is joining us remotely on Zoom. You're next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, that is my biggest obstacle too, is the fact that this does not support the multimodal goal of Colorado 7. At the Broomfield Transportation meeting on Friday, we just had the opportunity to have CDOT Commissioner Karen Stewart speak with us. And we were discussing, how we are trying to meet those goals to attract, to bring that BRT into Colorado 7. So I don't think this project would do that. I understand the dilemma, I guess, that it's an odd shaped lot according to the packet. So I guess I'd like to know how much has the applicant looked into other possibilities? I'd like to encourage that. And then I guess this question is for staff. There's a note in the packet that the Department of Finance is making a decision that would impact the revenue that the city would get from this venture of the car wash. So could the staff explain that? Because the long-range financial plan impact in the packet was noted as either slightly positive or at worst case neutral. So could staff explain that?
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. Anna, let me take a shot at it, just briefly. So in a car wash, we're exploring the opportunities because there's not sales tax, because it's a service. So when the cars go through, the equipment that the car wash uses can be considered purchased or rented. So we're continuing to explore what that additional benefit may be. Ms. Bertenzoni, did I get that right?
Okay, so and I guess I'd also like the applicant, if the applicant would like to address, it seems like the market for car washes along that stretch of road is saturated. So, I mean, previously we had reviewed a gas station, yet another gas station along Colorado 7, and we had given a negative feedback to that gas station, basically for the same reasons. We've got enough gas stations along Colorado 7, and we need something to support the multimodal transportation goal here. So those are my concerns with the project. Is I don't think we need another car wash, and it's not promoting the multimodal concerns, and it's not even going to be it's not even definite. It would be a big revenue generator for the city as a commercial property. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim just pretty much covered my concerns. I was going to note that there's already the existing Bunkers Car Wash on Highway 7, just west of Sheridan. It's actually in close proximity. And I don't know if staff can adjust this a little bit, but how many how many car washes you can have that area? Because it's also the one over by Stargate at 144th in Washington, and multiple gas stations have their own car wash. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Anna Bertenzetti, Planning Director. We don't have a code requirement for spacing for car washes or any saturation limits. Unlike a use by special review where one of the criteria for approval is an actual need in an area for an amenity, this would be a site development plan, so that's not one of the required findings, but certainly is something that you can look at in terms of its potential negative or positive impacts on an area.
Okay, thank you. And then I will also just echo that concern about, we're really striving hard to try to, because it really is this bus rapid transit corridor that we need on Colorado 7. And it doesn't fit that use. And also just considering the needs of the children's hospital as they're going to the hotel there, and the Wendy's is an option for food. It's like something that really could be supportive of the hospital, would be so much more useful in that spot. And then the noise at the exit of the car wash, I see that as being somewhat problematic. I just happened to notice the other day when I actually was going to the Taco Bell by the car wash over by Stargate, that the noise from the car wash completely hindered the ability to order your foods. And it was like my first real experience of where the car wash noise was excessive. So yeah, keeping that in mind, I'd like to hear what my next colleagues have to say, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
I think at this point I might say ditto. I had a lot of the same conversations, with some of the people nearby, and particularly Grant Huntley. I know he emailed in about this, and there is that other car wash down the street, and I just don't feel like there's a need for it in the area, much like what my fellow council member said. I would like to see, what else could go in there. I would like to see, this work for you. I just think that this is not, the right place for this car wash, and the multimodal transport too is a huge issue for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Jaworski.
Thank you, Mayor. So start with, I love the name. It's copies one of my favorite bands, albums from the 1990s, Blue Blue Bells, Superstar Car Wash. So if you haven't heard of it, listen to it tonight. Behind that, more seriously, I do echo the concerns that you just heard from my colleagues. Never been a big fan of car washes or storage facilities on our major highways. And for the other reasons you heard, I will echo those concerns and give a strong ditto. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first, thank you for your interest in investing and developing in Broomfield. But at this time, given how real the transit hub dollars are, and how excited we are to start planning, I don't think I can support anything that's could impede that multimodal future that we have envisioned on Highway 7. But I do like the look of the car wash. I mean, we have in the minority, but I thought it was a good looking building. But
I don't think it's the right location. So I appreciate you going forward with that.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think that the first thing that I need to do is ask staff. So there's these kind of different priorities. One is the I-25 sub-area plan, which lists automotive uses as permitted, such as a car wash. And then on the other side, and actually in the same area of the council memo, is the BRT along Colorado 7, which is kind of a differing priority amongst those two things. One of them is the sub-area plan, which is detailed and listed. The other one is an idea that we have hanging out there. And so at some point, we almost kind of have to reconcile those two things and make them mesh. And I don't think at this point they're meshed. And if anything, there are leaving developers out there wondering which direction we're going to go.
Staff agrees, Councilmember Schaaf. So the sub-area plan that had FAR came 20 years before the BRT. So a lot of the, and we have 3 developers right off the top of my head that have approved plats that have individual parcels that are not conducive to BRT and transit-oriented development. So from the perspective of moving forward, so not only is this an odd shape, but again, to have something that is considered multimodal, parcel by parcel, we probably won't be able to achieve that. So again, there's an incongruence between the sub-area plan and BRT. Even if you had a comprehensive plan for identified projects that could sit on either side, unless the parcel is substantial enough to hold something that would be considered multimodal, these individual parcels will not, regardless of what is placed in these lots. So I think more poignant to this conversation is less about the multimodal and more about if a car wash is a good fit for that area. And then additional conversations need to come with regards to the comprehensiveness and how do we marry a plan that was 20 years ago with where we are right now from a transportation perspective and transit-oriented development perspective.
Well, it seems that the I-25 sub-area plan is really relative, right? I mean, this kind of crosses over, right, into a different sub-area plan, which is to be named, but it's the Colorado 7 sub-area plan, which probably needed to be written about 10 years ago, knowing that that's when we were starting to go down the route of the BRT along that corridor and to set off the necessary development that would lend toward that multimodal corridor. But we kind of missed that opportunity. So I think you're exactly right. It's at this point, we are trying to decide if a car wash is appropriate for this location. And I think that, looking at this, it seems that the car wash is not a complementary use to those surrounding developments. And in fact, it's, providing, a kind of a counterintuitive development there. It states in our suburban or urban renewal plan that it will attract capital investment, new retail businesses, retention and development of a competitive regional retail market, thereby providing employment and strengthening the city's economic base. And I just don't think the car wash is going to do that, especially in this location. So for those reasons, that's why I will not support it. I'm not supporting moving this forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, I have a couple of questions because we approved this plat and these pad sites. And so they're kind of already approved for smaller scale projects like this. So we're not going to get a high density project in these pad sites. And what I think confuses us or some people is that in the staff review of key issues, it talks about the BRT and the multimodal. So it kind of sends a conflicting message, as Councilmember Shaw pointed out. That's what we look at. This is what staff identified as a key issue. But yet it's not one we can fix by not approving this project because the pads are already approved. Okay. So my point is with BRT, from what I've learned, don't they need dedicated lanes for bus rapid transit? Otherwise, it's not gonna be very rapid.
Ms. Bertenzini, I'm going to defer to you on this one.
Thank you, Mayor. Anna Bertenzini, Planning Director again. I think we are working on the vision and the final design for the bus rapid transit. Sarah Grant, our transportation manager, certainly has that knowledge better than I do for the design for the bus rapid transit, but we've been working closely with our partners over the last few years, including where additional transit stops would be along the corridor. But on the top of my head, I don't recall it having dedicated lanes in this area, but we can certainly follow up with you.
I think you can't have BRT without them. And so it's kind of hard to push this BRT. If Highway 7 can't have the dedicated lanes, it's gonna be stopping every light. You know what I mean?
We'll definitely follow up with council and make sure that you have more information regarding the future plans.
Mayor, if I may, during the study session, Sarah Grant is coming to council to talk more about short-term, long-term, and integrated transportation plans on September 7th.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to kind of clarify that because I remember when we approved this plat with these pad sites. So being mindful that we're not going to be able to just say what we want there because it's very restricted by the pad. And also the only car wash by me, I had to wait an hour to get my car wash. So there may be several car washes, but it doesn't mean that you're going to get a quick car wash because we are growing so fast and, you know, you shouldn't have to wait an hour. And I appreciate you bringing this forward.
Yes, a couple other comments I just wanted to mention real quick. On the spacing, my client always looks at what is already in the market to see if there is a need for their product in this location. They determine it is. And another thing related to speed of being able to get a car wash. This tunnel is capable of putting through 180 cars an hour. So it is a quick, for anyone on Highway 7 or anyone driving by, quick, easy opportunity to take care of that need. So thanks, everyone. Thank you for all your comments.
Thank you. Quick is good. And then if BRT does come, you can make it a bus wash. Just kidding. Thank you, guys. Our second and final concept review item this evening is a proposal for a 33,000 square foot medical office located north of Colorado 7 and west of County Road 7 in Highlands PUD area. We'll follow the city standard procedures for concept plan reviews as previously outlined. Council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum for this proposal, and we shall ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Shelby Chabon, our associate planner, will introduce this item to us. The applicant's also here for additional conversations. Mr. Blow.
Thank you. Can we go to the next page, please? All right, the applicant has submitted a concept plan for a 33,000 square foot medical office within the filing number 1, replat F, lot 4 of Highland subdivision. The facility will provide a number of medical services, including medical clinic, physical therapy, surgery, and MRI services. The proposed building will be a total of 40 feet in height, multi-tier architectural style consistent with the approved buildings along the corridor. Next page, please. The 2.6 acre parcel is located to the north of Colorado 7 and west of County Road 7 in the Highlands PUD area. Parcel is part of a larger SDP and final plat. The overall SDP and final plat has established the internal drive network and lot configuration. The provided image on screen shows the proposed uses within this plat area. Next page. The Broomfield Comprehensive Plan has designated this area for commercial use, and the proposed medical office is consistent with this designation. Next page. The proposal shows a single vehicular access point to the north side of the site along the internal drive access for the commercial center. This access point will provide connectivity to the adjacent parcels as well. The building is located centrally on the site with parking located to the north, east, and west. And pedestrian connections to the sidewalk to the north will be provided, as well as connections to the sidewalk along Colorado 7 to the south. Next page, please.
The 40-foot tall building incorporates brick as a predominant architectural material, along with aluminum and stainless steel accents. The building utilizes a neutral color scheme, which is consistent with the approved buildings in the Vista Highlands Shopping Center to the west. Next page, please. City and County of Broomfield standard public notice requirements have been met for this hearing, and the applicant has held a neighborhood meeting. Staff has identified 2 key issues with the conceptual proposal, which is the requested parking variance and the open area variance. The parking variance will require a variance from the required 1 space for every 150 square feet of medical office to a ratio of 1 space for every 200 square feet. And the open area variance will require a variance from the 25-foot required open area in the parcel. Thank you, and that concludes the staff report.
Thank you. The applicant's presentation is next. Will the applicant's representative please identify themselves for our listeners before beginning our brief presentation this evening?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council and staff. My name is James Spihalski, and I'm with Vista Highlands Development Corporation, the overall developer of the Vista Highlands commercial project. Next slide, please. And we were in front of council a little less than 2 years ago, and we had 5 smaller pads along Highway 7. And we were encouraged at that time by City Council to look at alternatives to having those smaller pads and support the long-range financial plan, the bus rapid transit system, as well as the overall sub-area plan for the area. And what you can see here is we eliminated 3 of the pads, combined them into 1, and that parcel is the location that we're proposing with Boulder Orthopedics for this medical office facility. We are very excited to have them. We think it's an integral piece to the overall project, and will meet the goals for City Council moving forward for this area. With that, I'm going to hand it off to Kathy Higgins with Boulder.
Thank you, James. Hello, Mayor and City Council members and staff. I'm Kathy Higgins. I'm the CEO of the Boulder Center for Orthopedics and Spine. We're a multi-specialty orthopedic practice, meaning we have every specialty within orthopedics. And our company has been in existence since 1968, so it's very stable. Business, next slide, please. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. So you can see that's a picture of our current building. We built this in 2016 and moved from downtown Boulder locations to this location. We also have a satellite clinic right now in Lafayette, and that's the clinic that we are planning to shut down and move to this location. So it's a known business entity. It will grow some and have the opportunity for growth, but we have no question that it will be successful. When we were looking at where to expand, we looked at where, of course, other orthopedic practices are and where they aren't. And we think this, with the hospital right next door, made a lot of sense to, try to have more medical in the area, as well as the ease of access on and off of I-25 for patients coming from all over. We have a great deal of patients coming from, Boulder, Broomfield counties and north and west and east and south. And so we just look at this as a great growth area. In the building that we have in Boulder, we have a clinic, we have a surgery center, we have an MRI. We intend to do all of that on a bit of a smaller scale in Broomfield. We're probably going to shell the MRI space in the beginning, but we're not totally sure about that. But basically, it's kind of a one-stop shop, if you want to say, for all orthopedic care under one roof. And we're really excited to expand. We have a lot of employees that drive into Boulder from this area, and they're excited to not have that kind of commute, be able to work in their community. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Randall Johnson. I'm an architect with Infusion Architects, and we're working on this project with Boulder Center. I'm very excited about the project. We're excited to work with staff and with council on the project going forward. You can go to the next slide if you want. The project is really slated to be a Class A medical facility. It's as you saw from their existing Boulder facility, an all brick and metal panel building made of high quality materials, and we feel like it will fit in with the area seamlessly. Really, we're also looking and working with the client on incorporating sustainable practices and qualities within the building, looking at recycled materials within the building, charging stations, daylighting, use and connection to future transit, rapid transit and public transportation for staff that live in the area, and high efficiency equipment. You know, we've got surgery center in this with ORs that operate, so the medical, the equipment that's used in there is really quite significant, and we'll be working to try to balance the efficiency with the necessary need for life safety in that side. One of the things that was brought up was the parking variance, and staff in their memo or comments to us earlier had said that they support it. I've done this type of work really from Atlanta to Portland, and it's a mix of, it's been described as medical office. Really, this is a half medical office building and half surgery center, which really acts a lot much more like a hospital almost. There's surgical activities going on, there's recovery activities, and then there is a long-term recovery area which acts much more like a bed tower in a hospital. And the MRI is not a quick turn if any of you have ever been in it. So we really have a hybrid building. Half is, you know, medical office, clinic space, and therapy, which has a little higher turn. And then the lower side of the building, the second or the main level, is a very slow, scheduled turn on parking. We really feel like staff support of the parking variance is warranted. We've also have a real live example of this type of product in Boulder, which we've done a traffic study of the actual counts of that. And we'll be working with staff and providing that to them. And it shows in a real live way that the support for a variance is warranted. The other thing that I wanted to mention is we are working with fire and with staff to increase. I think we're a couple percentage points off meeting requirements for the open space. We're going to continue to work on getting that higher, getting a large fire truck in and getting them to turn takes a lot of space. And we're doing what we can to meet that requirement, but we'll work with staff to make sure that we're as close as we can possibly be there. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll definitely take any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the Land Use Review Commission present who would like to comment on the proposal? Please step up to the podium.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Bill Franz, Land Review Committee. Just a couple of questions. I know there's plans to expand Route 7, but was wondering if there'd be a dedicated left turn lane into this facility. I wasn't sure if that was going to happen. And this, I'm sure it's a welcome addition to this area next to the hospital, growing anthem area. So I think it'll be a welcome addition. I would certainly avail myself of some of the facilities myself. The other question was just that you mentioned the parking. It's a 25% reduction. And I know you've done studies with this, but that's 54 spaces. And right now this area looks very locked in. I don't know if there's any thought about overflow parking if it's ever needed. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Franz. Yes, Commissioner Mickelson.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. I actually also want to talk about parking, and initially I wanted to talk a little bit about what is the opportunity here to have solar covered parking so that we could start introducing a way to have solar covering, have protection against the hail, have some ROI on parking space. But then I started thinking about the fire trucks trying to turn around in a parking lot. And so I don't know whether or not talking about what solar parking could do, you know, it's just a concept I'd like us to consider as a community. I do think that the multimodal concept and the number of parking spaces that we require are somewhat at odds with each other. If you want people on the bus to get to work, then you probably don't need as many parking spaces. You know, if you can think about parts of you know, the Denver area, you know, I've traveled to visit my son in Pittsburgh. There are places you cannot park. You've got to find another way in. And they don't need parking because they have other ways to support it. So the parking variance to me kind of goes in line with the or BRT. Other than that, I think the building is beautiful, and I think the architecture and the attributes of it are beautiful. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other boards and commissions want to comment? Next is public comments. If you're joining via phone and want to be placed in the queue for comment, please call 855-695-3744 and press *3 to be placed in the queue. If you're joining in person, please line up at the podium. Public comments will be limited to the time mentioned earlier. I'm not seeing any. Does the applicant have any final comments or answers to the questions?
Yes, Mayor. First of all, there is a dedicated left turn lane on State Highway 7 to County Road 7 for northbound that will be installed with the traffic signal at County Road 7 and Highway 7, so access will be sufficient. And then if we can go back to the site plan, one of the things we did in the overall plan was providing on-street parking throughout this, what we consider an urban area. And that on-street parking is parallel parking and is not designated to any one site. So there is overflow within the streets providing access to this site and all the other pad sites out there to give other opportunities for overflow parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falsky.
Just would like to talk a little bit more about parking as well. This is an orthopedic site. The majority of people coming in here have some ailment, whether it's either their arm in a sling or in a walker or in a wheelchair. It's not in the client's best interest to have a parking issue. I think when we looked at this and having done similar types of projects, if this was all clinic, I'd be more concerned for sure. With the nature of the first floor and the slower turn of that, I think the variance and it's supported, really has been supported by the study that we did on their existing facility. You know, again, like I said, it's not in the client's best interest to have parking issues with people that are in walkers and wheelchairs, crutches trying to get into the building. So that we've really studied this and they want to be comfortable with where we're at with parking. And we feel like we're adequate in there and we'll be providing more information to support that.
Thank you. Does any member of council have any questions or comments? And I have Councilmember Lim first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. I fully support this project. I understand the parking situation. I'm good with that. And I support the sustainability elements that the applicant was proposing in the comments, and then they had also included in the memo EV charging stations and Zeroscape. So this is a great project, a great contrast to the last one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Grimm.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about, you had just mentioned something about the first floor. You said something considering the first floor in regards to the parking spaces. And something about the first, or maybe, oh yeah, I'm sorry, it was you. Can you identify what that meant? I didn't catch that.
Yes, on the first floor is the surgery center, the MRI, and the convalescent care facility. So surgery center is scheduled surgeries. You come in, you have surgery, there's pre-op and post-op. So the turn in there is very slow. MRI is the same thing. It's a single MRI. If you've ever been in one, you're there for a while. The convalescent center is patients that have had surgery and are staying an extended time, typically over the weekend or longer, because they've had maybe a total hip or some back that requires a longer recovery. So the patient there is staying longer. You may have a visitor that comes similar to a bed tower where they're there for a couple hours and leave. So when I mentioned the first floor, the entire first floor is made up of that program of, very scheduled, much less traffic. So when you look at this building, it's really not an MOB, it's about half MOB and half surgery center. So that's why I'm saying the parking turn is not as high on the first floor as it is for more clinical and therapy services on the second floor.
Perfect, thank you for that explanation. And I might have one more question for you. I'm not quite sure who would answer it. But what is the number of employees or jobs that you intend to bring to this area?
So in the clinic area, we expect there'll be about 45 employees on a daily basis. In the surgery center, it'll be more like 15-ish. MRI would be 3. So a total of around 60 to 65 employees.
Great, thank you. Well, I intend to support it. I really appreciate the developer coming in with an option and the orthopedics company coming in, Boulder Orthopedics, and considering Broomfield. I'm really excited about that. I would love to see solar panels in the parking lot. I've seen them before and I think it's a great concept, but of course, safety, fire trucks over that. I would be willing to trade that for some of the open space needs, since we're just a margin or two off there, if we can consider those structures. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Peckier.
Thank you. I too plan to support this. This is a great project. If you can't do solar in the parking lot, maybe you can do it on the roof. And so my only question is, this isn't urgent care, this isn't emergency care, this is an appointment only, right? Okay, cool. So I don't have an issue with the parking, considering our Brookfield Hospital just had to come back and redo their parking because they didn't have enough. So I just wanted to make sure that this is by appointment only, and this does look great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I was a little slow here. Thanks for coming up, and I really appreciate this, and I want to support it. I was also concerned about access from Highway 7, so it sounds like there is a turn lane on Highway 7, is that correct? Okay. And one of the issues too that we did have with our medical facilities, it was a hospital and it was sort of, unplanned, so I am thankful for that conversation. I wanted to get just to a little bit of, if there is we have an easy ride here and our seniors are traveling around in these fun vans that I wish I could join a lot, but I don't always do that. But they have an easy ride where they can kind of get pulled up and dropped off at their appointments. What does that look like at this facility?
If you could go back on our slide to the very opening slide that has the image of the front, I might be able to explain it a little bit better. So on the front, right at the main area where the larger glass is, there is a covered drop-off area. It extends out, cantilevers out over a drop-off area. So as buses or cars come to drop off for pickup and drop off, they will be covered. We also placed the entrance of this facility for patients on the east side. A couple of reasons for that. As you know, most of our wind comes from the west, northwest. So we were trying to protect that entry a little bit from its orientation, not putting it on the west side. And also gets nice, good morning sun on the entryway. So again, with patients that are in crutches, walkers, we want to make sure that there's plenty of good sunlight on those areas where people are being dropped off and picked up for their own safety. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that sounds very thoughtful, and I was really appreciative of that. I just wanted to see it sort of explained to me as to, sometimes these graphics, we don't always see exactly what's happening, and I really appreciate that. That's all I have today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Shao.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to touch briefly on the BRT from our last conversation as it relates to this one. So we know that a true bus rapid transit does include that dedicated lane, which, Colorado 7 won't, and as we saw, US 36 didn't. However, there are ways to make a rapid-ish transit option, which will make it move more quickly for people and provide great riders. A great way to transport from one area to another. And we've seen those metrics increase along US 36, showing good ridership on Flyers Flyer, increase in travel speeds, decrease in travel times, and an increase in bicycle riders and safe commute. So we see those positives there. And what we need along this corridor for it to really succeed is great businesses and great developments. And I do believe that this is one of those that contributes to a positive development and an increase of those potential users of that BRT along there. So, with that said, there are going to be people that are going to use a single occupant vehicle or a standalone car for their commute to this or as a patient. And so needing charging stations at this location are going to be very important for me to see. It is a good looking building, and I do believe that it'll enhance the corridor aesthetic as well. I would like to see those open lands increased to 25% if possible, or a great explanation of why that can be done when this comes back. Looking at the artist renderings, there looks to be a logo on the side of the building. And I'm curious with staff, when there is this type of logo or large signage, does that count towards the signage, I guess, numbers of a location?
Thank you for your question, and yes, we would consider that to be signage, and that would be reviewed as part of the formal site development plan.
Okay, and I'm curious too, with the same line of questioning, if that were not a logo of the business name, and that was a mural, for instance, that loosely related to the business, would that count towards the signage?
So murals without advertisement are not considered to be signage. If they do have the name of the business, that is when it does become signage.
Okay, so I would strongly recommend to the applicant to either reconsider the texture or the materials used in that logo, so that it can be more artistic and it's not just something that's lost there on the side of the building, or consider a totally different look to that, so that it is much more attractive, that it really does stand out, and it isn't just a big brand on the side of the building, but it is something that's pulls people in. We just had one of these recently down in the Broomfield, I guess I can't remember exactly what the development is, but near Sherwin-Williams. They put up a great mural there, and it's loosely related. It's paint, to paint on a building. So it's loosely related to the business, but it pulled people in and attracted people. So I would just like to see that. And then my last question is regarding the name of the location. So right now it looks like on the signs that it says Boulder Center for Orthopedics and Spine. And I'm curious, looking through the other locations that you have, it looks like there are more location-specific names. And I'm just curious if that's going to be something that happens here in Broomfield, or what your thinking is with regard to the name of that location.
Yeah, we're still discussing that. So the physicians are going to own the building. So the name of the real estate entity is Boulder Center Broomfield Real Estate LLC. So I think the building name will be Boulder Center Broomfield. Our legal name is Boulder Center for Orthopedics and Spine, so we're working on like the DBA, so it's more, local branding to Broomfield. So that's still in discussion, but the real estate entity is called Boulder Center Broomfield LLC, Real Estate LLC.
Okay, well, I look forward to seeing what you come up with.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's will definitely attract people.
Sure,
with
no.
More location specific, so.
And we totally agree and want to be locally branded, so thank you.
Thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you. Any other council member comments? Councilmember Law Evans.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would just like to echo Councilmember Schaaf's comments regarding the naming. We're not Boulder East. We have nothing to do with Boulder. We're not even part of Boulder County anymore. And I would really prefer, very, very strongly prefer that your branding either remove location name completely or be the Broomfield Center for Orthopedics, something like that. But that's pretty important to me, I think. So, and I appreciate Councilmember Schaaf bringing it up as well.
Yeah, and I really appreciate, because we're still, like I said, in the early stages, so I'll take that comment back, because I agree, I think Broomfield Center for Orthopedics and Spine rolls just like Boulder Center for Orthopedics and Spine, and it doesn't have anything to do with what our legal name is, because we can DBA anything we want.
Absolutely.
So,
Yep.
yeah.
So, other than that, I'm
Duly
very much-
noted, and I agree.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm very much in favor of this. I really appreciate you folks bringing this forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate you bringing this forward. I think it's a nice addition to this area. And we look forward to seeing it when you come back. Thank you for being with us tonight. Moving on to our study session items. Our first study session item this evening is an overview of the 2021 revised budget and draft 2022 budget. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to begin the discussion. Excuse me, can you guys do the sidebar?
All right. Thank you, Mayor. And tonight, Brenda Ritchie, Chief Financial Officer, and our new member of the team, Devin Billingsley, will introduce this item.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman, and good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. It's hard to believe we're back here talking about the budget, and it's only 4 months away till we're in 2022. Even though Broomfield has navigated its way through the pandemic, staff continues to take a conservative fiscal approach to ensure the short and long-term outlooks and that they remain stable. So it's the same dynamic and comprehensive approach that we've been talking about with the long-range financial plan, economic vitality and planning, as we really start to reimagining our budgets and how we better align those funds to support those core community services as costs rise and revenues continue to remain flat. So the work wouldn't be possible if it weren't for staff really digging in and starting to understand those trends. And I just want to take a moment to thank, I know Ms. Hoffman recognized our new Assistant Finance Director, Devin Billingsley, but also with us this evening is Patrick Espinoza. He's been interning with us for the last several months, and while he's taking classes at school. So I just wanted to recognize that it's a team effort, right? Along with the departments who've collaboratively embraced shifting the philosophy as we move forward. So again, we wouldn't be able to present a balanced budget for 2022 if that wasn't the case. Next slide, please. So tonight is just going to be a high-level overview of how we develop the budget and the various factors that can influence its outcome. We'll also review the forecasts and trends and potential impact on the budget, which include operating capital. Then we'll wrap it up with next steps for adopting the budget. Next slide, please. So fundamental to any budget conversation is how do we develop a budget and various factors that influence that outcome, right? So it's those components and that discussion that really feed into the development process and how the budget is used. The budget is really a planning tool that provides management and control. The budget establishes the foundation in which those funding and identified priorities are funded. So much like a personal budget, the council approves Broomfield's budget with the understanding that the dollars support those identified programs and services. So this tool here, as you see, the cycle really sets the maximum amount of this that's allowed to be spent on the goods and services on an annual basis for the services that are provided to the community and that are directed by council, department, or even management that's responsible for the given year. The funds are not spent, that aren't spent in that given year are then rolled over into the following year. Now, the budget cycle is fluid and we always reevaluate, and that's why it's a cycle, because we have the ability to change, revise as needs and outcomes change throughout the year. And those circumstances or priorities even change. Next slide, please. So this slide right here is to really help illustrate how departments support the community from a social and physical perspective, along with the internal services that really, while not front-facing at times, are fundamental to further drive those initiatives for each of those infrastructures. And as we go through and we see how all of the departments are aligned, it also is in support and function of those identified council priorities there on the right. And as we move through the coming weeks in the future budget cycles, there will be greater emphasis on distinguishing between those the funding that's allocated to support the core services as well as those enhanced services. Next slide, please. So this slide really is to help illustrate the revenue structure collected by Broomfield. Broadly speaking, Broomfield receives revenue from 4 major categories. So what we see here is sales tax, property tax, charges for services, and other, which is a large portion. It can include use and vehicle tax, fees, grants, other funding sources. What the slide also highlights is not only the distribution of those revenue streams, but also the tax dollars and that largest source of revenue fund and program of operations. So you'll see city general fund, the difference between the mills that are allocated from property tax versus the percentage of sales tax that's allocated for each of those select areas. Next slide, please. Sorry. So as we all know, the past 18 months have been extraordinary, and the impacts of the pandemic as well as the current happenings around the globe can influence the economic conditions in markets. The next several slides are going to outline those forecasted economic trends from the national, regional, and local level. As we build out the budget, staff really makes a concerted effort to ensure that and incorporate those trends into our analysis to make sure that we have the latest development included in our budget. And while the pandemic has certainly impacted our economic growth and the duration of the downturn remains unclear, we'll continue to take concerted effort and effect to make sure it's incorporated. Next slide. So here we see that while the forecast appears to be trending in the appropriate direction for the recovery and statistics are taken from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we need to be cautiously optimistic to any potential disruptions to the market or economy based on any environmental, health, or even civil unrest that can occur, which can alter the direction. While inflation helps the economy with the potential sales tax revenue, it also increases the cost of goods and services. Strong development market that's expected in 21 and 22 drive the use tax. And we see that with that development activity on the right-hand side. Unemployment in Broomfield has really outpaced, and it's expected to outpace the state and nation. So from an unemployment perspective, it's a strong indicator of the labor market to then really assist with that potential revenue and sales tax. Again, all qualifier and asterisk behind all of this. Next slide, please. So here, more specifically, is observing the decline in sales tax that was experienced in 2020 and when we should expect to return to the 2019 levels, and also in terms of property tax increases, which are currently being tempered by state legislation that was passed in June, and staff will continue to monitor that as we move forward in the November season. Next slide, please. So what we alluded to on the previous slide is that this graphic represents where our sales tax collections were in 2019 and the 4% decline as indicated by that blue line in revenue observed as the result of the pandemic. What we see here is the gap that creates what it'll take to bring it back to those revenues we would have anticipated in absence of the pandemic. So really what you're seeing is the orange line is representing what our forecast of revenues would have been had the pandemic not occurred. But then the blue line is actual current sales for, the sales tax forecast. So as you see, that dip created, and that we are, while we're recovering, we're certainly not at the rate, operating at the rate that which we would have been on that trajectory, which creates a $7.1 million shortfall, not shortfall, but gap in the overall long run. So again, we'll continue to see a steady increase and incline in those revenues, but it's something that we'll continue to monitor and watch. Next slide, please. So outside of the economic conditions and the global pandemic, there's other factors that influence the 2022 operating budget. In 2021, there were several FTEs that were added. A majority of these FTEs were a conversion of some of the park and recreation FTEs, FTEs are full-time equivalents. So those full-time equivalents or staff members were initially part-time due to the pandemic, due to a shortage of need in services, and then ramping back up, those part-time positions were converted to full-time. And then there's additional personnel that were added, as we'll see. So what we see is that the mid-year impact is observed in 2021, but in 2022, we'll actually see that full year impact. And then in 2022, as we saw, we're starting to increase in our sales tax recovery, and we project that it's about 2.2 million across all funds is what we expect to grow. And then on the other side of the table, we've got the compensation and benefits. So one of the things that we looked at in terms of building this budget was building in the projected merit market and bonus increases already into the budget. We also built in a 3% attrition related to personnel. That is the vacancy savings that would be attributed for the staff. I would like to mention that all staff positions are budgeted at midpoint. So that we had a conversation with council a couple of weeks ago, and it was raised whether or not staff was going to be meeting that 7-year mark. Those positions are always budgeted at midpoint, and it's an individual basis on that performance of how those individuals are within that market range. And then the other aspect that we're seeing across the board is increases in insurance. So one of the fundamental medical benefits that Broomfield has taken on, while we're seeing a 6% increase in our medical care expense plan, Broomfield is taking on, 100% of that 6% increase. We're not passing that on to our employees. Next slide. So personnel, as we mentioned, one of our largest expenditures as the services we provide. Next slide. And so the purpose of this slide is really to highlight the shift in population as it compares to those FTE positions over time, and what's needed to really support those core fundamental services. So in 2010, the reason we started in 2010 is the last census data. Since 2010, we've grown 32% overall. And that orange line is representing the FTEs representative of 1,000 residents. As you see, while we have increased the FTE over time, that ratio has not, it's created a gap. And it's actually outpacing the number of residents and community members that we're serving with those FTEs. So this is just to give you that over time graphic of what do FTEs look like in terms of service to our community and what those numbers are in over time as compared to the population. Next slide, please. So here's just an outline of those personnel costs over time for the last couple of years. So the main takeaway really from this slide is to understand that the average cost of the employees increased by 12%. And where you see that predominantly is in your benefits and insurance, not necessarily in salary. While salary does increase, it's predominantly within your insurance and retirement and other benefits. Next slide, please. So the next two slides are really just to highlight the additions in 2021 that we'll see. Some of these have already been implemented as they've been part of the previous budget amendments. Others are forthcoming in the October 2021 revised budget. And next slide, please. And then this slide highlights the 2022 personnel additions. And you'll see off to the side, we're trying to start to tie the council priorities with those positions that are being funded. So it's just to give a visual aspect of which positions are being funded and, you know, what core services are they providing? And then how does that tie into our council priority? Next slide, please. So this area of focus is really just to help those core services that we talked about. So next slide, please. So here, what we're seeing is the actual revenue structure, similar to that revenue structure slide that we saw earlier. It's a breakdown of all of those notable revenues compared over time. So again, projections are just showing that a continued steady growth in revenue is increasing, but with charges for services being our predominantly where we're projecting the most of our revenue to come from. Next slide. So this slide is showing the reverse of the expenditures. The total projected expenditures in 2022, as seen on this slide, is really broken down into those various categories. The major, which is not surprising, is operations. Because that largest sector, again, is representative of the personnel that feeds into supporting the operations for the organization as well as the community. In the coming months, staff will again continue to work with council on those priorities and better understand the costs associated with those core services versus those enhanced services. Next slide, please. So the table here is outlining the draft 2022 budget in the general governmental fund. Oh, sorry, I apologize. This slide and the following slide, 2021 and 2022, is highlighting the operating changes that are coming forward. So as you can see, there are some, again, this is not a comprehensive list, but the ones that stood out in terms of support of either a council priority or another factor that was really highlighted in the 2021 operations. Next slide, please. And for 2022, similarly, we see some operational increases and what they're associated with. Next slide. So here we have the general governmental funds broken out over time. And so I'm sure you're probably drawn to the final draft budget number of 500,000 and understanding that we went from 17 million. How do we start beginning balance of 17 million and end with 500,000? So keeping in mind again that this is a budget as a planning tool, should we have to pay all of our bills, we need to be able to have all of the money available to be able to pay all of those bills at any given time. Do we anticipate the ending balance to be 500,000? We don't. Staff, staff intends that there will, again, like previous years, be a rollover, and we will continue to work with departments to really refine where there's opportunities to further reduce and create, that decreasing the expenditures related to those operations that are encumbering those funds that we don't necessarily need.
Brenda, if I may just quickly, council, this is touching on what we talked about during the exec session, in that from a comprehensive perspective, we are shifting philosophically how we balance the budget. So although we've always had a balanced budget, we balance the budget using pots of money that, based on short-term and long-term and transparency, we're not going to utilize that philosophical approach anymore. So we are going to balance the budget on the expenses and revenue that's coming in, not one-time hits, not additional funds that are found in departments, but we're going to shore up what that true cost allocation looks like, which is why we are transitioning from core services into enhanced services so that council can make prioritization decisions with all of the information at hand. So it's not necessarily ripping the Band-Aid off, but it's certainly a different philosophical approach of how we will, as we move forward, approach budgeting. So to reiterate, the difference of the 500,000 from the federal GOFA, the general accounting, at any given time, we have to ensure that we can pay off everything, not the one-time hits, not the monthly cost, but the overall debt that we have, not bond debt, but over comprehensive debt. This true number shows council and the community that based on what is outstanding, we have the funds to pay it all if there was ever a time that all of it was called into question, which we all know that that won't happen. But again, it's the true numbers that if we had to do all that, we could pay it and still have $528,000 left over. So as we move forward, we're going to true up those numbers so that in the other funds, you all will find the ability to then reprioritize after you find out, after everything's paid, how much we have left on individual categories. Thank you. Brenda, go ahead.
I think that wraps on this slide. I do want to call to point that the ARPA funding is not included in here. That is something that is not included. What we will do is do the same thing we did with the coronavirus relief funding and come back at a later time because we're still awaiting Treasury guidance for the ARPA funding. So we thought it'd be more prudent to have that as a separate conversation, bring that forward, and we will include that as part of the budget. And that's when you'll see those revenues increasing. But and when we've had the discussions with council identifying where that funding will be allocated to, you'll see on the other side where those expenditures are. So I think that kind of wraps up on this one. Next slide, Jake, please. So here, very similar to our general governmental, is our enterprise funds. And I would like to remind folks that the enterprise funds, utilities, the sewer, water reclamation, all of those items that are charged with a user fee or license fee come into this. And so it's a total of all of these. What we'll do is we move forward with our consultant in the coming weeks and months ahead as we're identifying, our methodology in determining the appropriate rates, the methodology to ensure that the infrastructure is supported. And so that's one of the key elements. So right here, you see these large balances, but again, keep in mind, it's there to provide that support to be able for those infrastructure needs as we move forward when the time comes. Next slide, please. So I'm going to actually turn it over to our city and county engineer, Katie Allen. She's going to review the highlights of 2021 and 2022 capital. And I'll kind of just very highly talk about the fact that as we're shifting our philosophy with the budgets, we're also doing that with our capital projects as well. So where we're funding our support is really shifting from going from the new and all those operating associated costs, ensuring that we don't have deferred maintenance, ensuring that we are putting a majority of our funding that we have towards preventative maintenance, repair, and rehabilitation. So,
thank you, Brenda. Katie Allen, City and County Engineer. Next slide, please. So this slide is highlights the changes to the 2021 CIP projects from the original 2021 budget. So the changes total just over 25 million, with the largest project being Windy Gap Storage Reservoir, which you all are very familiar with from recent decisions with finance. So I'm going to talk mostly about the design and construction projects that we have some changes to. So one of them is the reuse water tank that is planned near Lowell and Sheridan. This project was budgeted at $1 million. We requested another $500,000 so that we could make sure we had all of the design, all of the right-of-way acquisition, easement acquisition, and all of that buttoned up so that we'd be ready to construct in 2023. And this allowed us to delay the 2022 construction budget to 2023 to help balance in that fund. The baseline or North Park storm and sanitary sewer, this has already been allocated. The baseline development, managed growth and development agreement requires Broomfield to build a major infrastructure with big collection lines. In reality, the developer is building them and we are reimbursing them. And this is what was reimbursed already earlier in 2021. The utilities network infrastructure, this is really part of the fiber system, IT's network. This will connect our sanitary sewer lift stations. We've already put several miles of conduit in for them so that they can proceed with this work. And then last is a transportation project that we're getting ready to construct, and this was a budget adjustment based on an engineer's estimate. So next slide, please. So that's 2021.
So 2022, we just wanted to highlight some of the projects going forward. Certainly you have a comprehensive list in your packet. Economic vitality, there's enhanced Broomfield business support on there again. In facilities, we have rehabilitation of the Broomfield Depot Museum and all building structures. And that was delayed during COVID. In open space, we have a master plan, update plan for 2022. In Parks and Recreation, we've highlighted the bay. This is the renovation of the main pool and slides. In the sewer fund, which also includes storm sewer projects, we have a project we're working with the Mile High Flood District to do city park channel improvements through Midway Park. And so far, we haven't spent any money. We've been using all Mile High Flood District maintenance funds, but we've set aside some money, and this is a very specific amount due to budget rollovers, but we have some money to set aside to do a 50-50 match through their capital program next year. In sustainability, we have 5 vehicles to replace with electric vehicles. Transportation, this is a road reconstruction, so this is really a maintenance type project, so Anthem Ranch Road reconstruction. We also have bicycle and pedestrian wayfinding signs, so you're probably aware that we have a federal grant to put together a wayfinding program. This would be a for the production and installation of the signs after that program is completed. And we have some money set aside to do some preliminary design and alternatives for Huron Street, south of 160th Avenue. This will be a little bit of a tricky project, somewhat like Dillon Road, where we have a pretty major road with residential houses with direct driveway connections. So we want to take a hard look at this and make sure we have it planned and programmed so that when the baseline developer builds Huron north of 160th, we are ready to go with that road expansion. And we have the Mesa Zone Booster Station. This should sound familiar because we've already funded design. So this would allocate the construction funding in 2022. And also the Sienna Reservoir and Pump Station pipeline, the 2022 funding is for the first half of construction, with the remaining funding proposed for 2023. So that is it for our highlights. Back to Brenda.
Thanks, Katie. One thing I'll add on the capital aspect is if you'll recall, as a result of the pandemic, last year we did defer capital projects, and so just wanted to note that those projects are programmed back in, so we haven't continued to defer those projects. So those projects that were identified and deferred previously, just to ensure it was our proactive strategy and approach at the start of the pandemic, just to ensure our financial stability, we wanted to make sure that those projects still remained in our CIP plan. So as you look at the 5-year outlook, you'll notice that those are programmed in.
Councilmember Schaaf, does that answer your question from the last council meeting? We want to be sure that we included that.
So next slide. So what's next? Basically what we've seen this evening is just elements of how the budget process is really executed, the impacts of budget development when things shift and those implications, and along with standard fluctuation, what that's going to do to the budget. So what council can expect is after this discussion, we'll go back and incorporate what we can back into the budget, rebalance if needed, and then come back to council and provide, as we did similar format last year, all electronic, right, as we're trying to be more sustainable in our efforts. So we will provide that comprehensive packet for council to review on Monday the 13th, and then we'll publish it on our website on the 14th, the following day. Departments are working very hard on their presentations, and just as last year, they will be provided ahead of time in a video format for you to review at your convenience. And then we will have a discussion on the 21st for those specific department items that you have. And we'll move through the public hearing on the 12th, as well as the 26th is when we do our final second reading and adoption. And again, along the way in the coming months, we're still going to continue those debt conversations, as well as, our financial health and what those restructuring potential opportunities are what that means in the short and long term for Broomfield to ensure that financial stability and viability is moving forward. So with that, that concludes the staff's presentation. Open for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ritchie. Council member comments and questions are next. Who would like to go first? Councilmember Drew?
All right, thank you. I have to say, the presentation was amazing. I can't wait till I can get a copy of it and almost likely print it out, and I'm sorry for that. But it's good information for knowledge in the future even. But I did have some questions in regards to the capital projects, and I do have another compliment to give there. The forms and the format that was given was a huge improvement from what I've seen in the past. So thank you for that. It really resonated with how I needed to see things, which was really which ones are continuing and which ones do we have more of an ability to modify, which are the new ones. So I thank you for that. Some of the questions I had, I'm just gonna skip. I know I have a couple of pages, but I won't ask all these questions. I'll send a few in to you. The water funds and the sewer, is that inclusive of the infrastructure analysis that we're doing to support the water and the sewer rates out year analysis?
So do you mean the increased revenue if we were to change the rates?
No, just, we were gonna go through more of a detailed infrastructure inventory, what is broken, what needs repaired. But I didn't know if that was included in this 5-year analysis.
It is not. Well, portions of it are, Councilmember Brew, but not a comprehensive.
Okay.
Because again, from a philosophical approach of really shoring up the funds that we have based on revenue and expenditures straight across the board. The other philosophical change is really shifting from the 80% of our capital improvements being new and 20% being maintenance, shifting that to 50-50, and eventually, quite frankly, given that we're close to build out, it'll flip to the 80-20. So once we get that comprehensive list, you'll see some of these, but it's not a full list.
Perfect, thank you. And then I put down the item numbers. We don't have to go to them, but just for note purposes on the water funds, item 29, it looks like the wastewater is in 2025 going through a huge remodel expansion. That's like a $20 million if you come to add a couple of those lines up. So I didn't know if we had any insight to what that was. We don't have to go through it now, but I would be more interested in what that $20 million incorporates in 2025, because it's a huge expense out there that I was kind of surprised about. So I didn't know that we were looking at another facility or an expansion. And then the arts budget, number 9 on the thing, the public arts budget in 2021 is 500,000, but in 2022, it goes to 200,000, and it's an annual program. So I didn't know what was happening either in 2021, where we have 500,000, or our annual budget then all of a sudden drops to 200,000. So I didn't know if there was any significant impact there.
I was gonna say I can defer to Jennifer's, Ms. Hoffman, if she has that. Otherwise, I'd be happy to look at. I don't have off the top of my head.
Nor do I.
But I'll be happy to look into that and get back with that information.
Thanks. And oh, I know, number 13, we had something called asset protection. And then in there, it says goal 10 million, but it didn't add up to 10 million. So I didn't know what that meant.
Sure, absolutely. So the asset protection line is actually for our Flatirons redevelopment. It's been programmed in there should the revenue at any point fail to come in. So with the decline of the mall being at the age that it is, we've programmed in what that decrease in revenue should be. So we've been setting aside 500,000 annually into that. The goal is 10 million. That's not the replacement cost, obviously, of of a mall, but it would help in the revenue, because we do see on annual average is 10 million in revenue for the mall. So that asset protection line is strictly related to the Flat Mall.
Okay, so we're holding above and beyond our city's reserve, we hold a $10 million reserve for the mall's performance.
We are working to build that $10 million, but that's correct, yes.
So it's a risk mitigation.
Yeah.
A little bit. Okay, perfect, thank you. And then, IT, I would love for them when they give their budget analysis to talk more in regards to the smart city project, because that's about $1 million a year. And I think the last time we talked about smart city, I just didn't assume that was going to be $1 million a year.
Councilmember Groom, that's correct, and that's kind of part and parcel as we're moving through this budget. That's another one of those line items that we continue to put $1 million in, although we never spent $1 million. It was almost like a little mini savings account that we would tap into. Those days are over. So if we're not planning on spending money on smart cities annually, we're not gonna have a line item that says smart cities. So when we come back, again, all of those line items are going to be shored up for what we anticipate annually and long-term.
Perfect. And then my last one, and I'll leave it at this, and then I'll send you a couple other ones that are really small. On the transportation, I get the expenses in 2021. So basically, 2021 revised is 37 million, which includes 7.6 million of our bonds for 144th. And if I took that out, and I also took the annual maintenance out, that got us to around 24. And then on the out years, 2022, if, which of course doesn't have the 144th in there, starts at 14 million, and then I take out the annual maintenance, it drops down to 9.9 million. So it kind of seems like our transportation starting 2022 and beyond is cut in half. But I wouldn't mind looking at why, because transportation and infrastructure is going to be pretty big for us in the future. If we anticipate some more transportation programs to come around. And then my second comment associated with that is the maintenance program at about 5 million a year doesn't grow very much. I mean, it only goes from like 5 million to 5.4 million. And I would assume that our maintenance would grow kind of, I wouldn't say exponentially, but higher year over year with new roads and then older roads.
Gets back to that philosophical point of the 80-20. Making sure that we're shoring up and taking into account all of the decisions from a comprehensive perspective of what it looks like now, what it looks like when we build it, what it looks like in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and then the 40 years out. So the focus is really shifting to that maintenance component. And again, this is a snapshot of transportation. This is not all comprehensive. When Sarah comes on her budget presentations, you'll see a very different number. Again, these are just the highlights from council's decisions on the budget amendment for 2021, and then those enhancements for 2022, but certainly not a comprehensive view.
Sure, I think the spreadsheet was 500,000 and greater. That's in there, or something like that. So I was looking at the detailed one. No, it's gotta be less than that because some of my questions only have 30,000. But anyway, I appreciate it. It was easy analysis to go through. Thank you. And that's all I have. All right, Councilmember Schnapp.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think that, keeping tonight at that high level, which is good for now. Starting with that philosophical change in the budgeting, I think that this is probably the thing that is the biggest overarching conversation overall this budget. And that's the idea of the conversation that we've been having, the conversation that we will have in where we are. And, part of me thinks that if we're changing the philosophical nature of our budgeting that much, we probably should have started this a long time ago. But the reality is that we've actually been having that conversation for quite some time. And we are continuing that conversation. We're leading up to what will be changed. So I think that there's, starting off with that philosophical piece, it really kind of comes down, when we start to look at that through one of the statements that was in the council packet, which is the differentiation between core services and enhancements. And that is something that I think is going to rattle. I mean, at least it rattled me when I read it, because some of the things that staff put in here for the enhancements are things that I would consider as core services. Things that are necessary for our community. Such things as sustainability, affordable housing, mental health, economic vitality, creative economy, transportation, and sewer and water utilities. Those things I would consider as core services. But I think that for the conversation we do have to differentiate those, and maybe some of those things are considered. So I would like to dive into that a little bit in terms of why there was that differentiation between those two things, and what does that mean for our community?
I sure appreciate that question. So a couple of things, Councilmember Schacht. You're absolutely right. We have been having this conversation, although it hasn't been a poignant conversation. A year and a half ago, I remember you and I having a conversation probably a month after I was made city county manager about the business development agreements, understanding what's in there because it influences what we do next. And so rather than having that piecemeal approach, all of the conversations that we've had from staff and council and community input has really driven us to where we are now. So it's not a staff philosophical approach. It's having just like you all for the first time ever have determined a compensation philosophy that is not only poignant for me, but poignant for the staff. Similar conversations about core services. So the reason that we divided core services into enhanced is because those enhanced services are not something that we've had prior to 2 years ago. So really, from a defining a core services is something historically that we've always had to provide. Water, sewer, streets, all of those fundamental components. So ideologically, having the enhanced services fall into that core, that's part of the conversation that council will have to have as we move forward. Do we redefine what core services mean? And if we do, that's fine, as long as we have line items with how much each one of those services, whether they are core or whether they are enhanced, what that costs. So again, it's attaching the cost for each one of our decisions. And then that helps us redefine, may very well alter what the core services are. So what we do know is revenues, based on Brenda's presentation, are flat. We anticipate them continuing to be. Expenses are increasing. Costs are increasing. It's expensive what we do and provide to this community. The community has indicated that they are accustomed to platinum level services. That becomes more expensive every year, platinum level services, core services. So every time we add, whether it's sustainability or art, nobody wants any of these things more than staff. I mean, it makes us popular and super happy in order to be able to deliver these things that are important to our community. But at the same time, if we know that revenues are flat, there's different conversations about, do we decrease the level of service to accommodate the new core services that are considered to be enhancements? What's the diversification methodology that we use as we move forward? Because we can't have it all. We want it all, can't have it all. And there isn't anything in the foreseeable future outside within the next 5 years that's going to allow us the possibility or capability to say we don't have to make some really hard decisions. this is just the public start of that conversation, but to Councilmember Schaaf's point, we've been formulating this based on where we've been and what we're doing over the last 18 months. Damn COVID came in and really took our focus and energy off of so many other things that as we move forward on the 2022 budget, now we begin to implement what we've been talking about for the last 18 months.
So staying with this philosophical change, one of the ideas is moving away from this idea of one-time payments and one-time supplementals for the budget. So looking at 2020, beginning balance was 9.5 million. The ending balance was 29 million. And correct me if I'm wrong. I wrote these down for your presentation. In 2022, the beginning balance is 17 million. The ending balance is $500,000. So in number sense, what are we changing? What is the differentiation between these 2 years of 2020 and 2022?
So the difference, excuse me, again, and Brenda can lay out, that's part of, again, it's not just a philosophical shift, it's a budgetary fundamental shift of understanding what the dollars are that we have coming in. So so Brenda, break apart, let's just round up, round down on the 17. So let's say 17 rollover, 500 left.
Right.
That gap, walk council through what those various components are.
Sure, absolutely. And I would say that just to take one step further back to, you mentioned 2020. Again, 2020 was an anomaly and we saw a decrease in expenditures. So really looking at the 2020 actuals is not a true comparison, but we have seen, again, a large increase in our insurance expenditures related to personnel. That's a majority of where we're seeing those shifts and those costs as we're adding to provide those services. So again, shifting approximately 15 positions from part-time to full-time has impacts from a fiscal perspective, but then on the service side, as fundamentally a different, not quantified value, right? So it's really those aspects fundamentally that are being added that are increasing. The cost for insurance has definitely, we see a large jump from 2020 into 2021. We've experienced that not just in our healthcare, but also our property and casualty, that really mitigating those risks, being able to have that available to us, those insurance costs also have increased. So overall, those are, I think, the predominant factors leading to that shift. The other thing is, keeping in mind, we have a lot of rollover, so grants. So what you see on the expenditure side, which you would also pick up on the revenue, which you're not seeing there, is the additional revenue that may come in associated with grants. So we might currently program that expenditure, but have grant dollars anticipate grant dollars, but we have to budget and program for the full expenditure amount in the event that grant funding doesn't come through. So that's another area where you could see a shift in your expenditures versus your revenue.
Okay, so one suggestion I'd make is that, because 2020 was an anomaly, 2021 is kind of a influx year. 2022 is going to be a new year. Can we include 2019 as kind of a baseline for these next coming years, so that we can see 2019 as kind of a solid year in which to base some of these numbers on? And I know that because of the time period, that numbers will change, but at least we can kind of deal with, somewhat of a solid foundation there.
Sure.
And then so what you're saying is one of the elements is in the past, such as 2020 or 2019, we would have programmed when we see that in that new calendar year budget, we would see those grant dollars as rollover, and those rollovers already being anticipated in that next year's budget. Whereas in 2022, we are not seeing those rollovers anticipated at this point.
And we will do so when we bring the first rollover. Same with the capital projects. We typically wait until the first amendment of the budget to include those rollover dollars to ensure that we receive them, to include them as part of the budget. So it's very similar to the ARPA funding that we will be receiving. We will revise the budget and you'll see those numbers shift in terms of what that ending balance would be. And keep in mind, again, we are budgeting, we're allowing for the expenditure of what we anticipate to provide those goods and services for the community, for the organization. So those are the true costs. We're working on, refining that budget process to not over budget, right? Because typically what you see, the reason for that rollover is over budget, underspending. And so we're encumbering those dollars, and that's what's tying to those expenditures in the bottom line. If you were to pull those out and eliminate that, you would see that balance, that ending fund balance grow.
Councilmember Schaaf, I think, so Brenda, just to simplify it. Give us the amount on average per year that because of the budgeted amounts that we're over budgeting and underspending the 17 departments, what is that amount?
5 million on average. So that's why last year we saw, the year before, we saw a $10 million rollover. It increased to 15, 20, we saw $30 million, approximately a $30 million rollover, because historically we have been underspending that $5 million on average, and it just reverts back to the general fund.
So it's an accumulative effect, which gives us a false sense of financial health. So again, it's the ripping off of the Band-Aid from the community's perspective and from council's perspective, that the actual dollar amount that we need to become accustomed to is the actual dollar amount that we should become accustomed to spending, and not have a false sense of financial health based on a padded amount of money that continues to roll over and accumulate.
I mean, I think that's a good strategy to have. I think that's smart business for anyone. I was the treasurer for a local nonprofit, and to project the next year's budget based upon potential grants and count on that in terms of expenses is kind of foolish budgeting. So I'm glad to see that that we are going more with a solid budget, and then we can enhance that budget as revenue goes. So I think that one of the things that you said, and I know my time's coming up, so I'll cut this short. But one of the things that you said is that revenue is going to remain flat. That's the projection at this point. So the question is, do we decrease the level of services overall? Do we decrease the enhancements and level of services, as in going from platinum to gold to silver, as opposed to number of services? Decrease the enhancements, decrease these services overall, and then the other option, which wasn't really mentioned, was increasing revenue and finding ways to increase that revenue. And so there are some of those possibilities that are out there, but I think that we should ensure that we have that strategy in the mix as well.
Absolutely agree. And so again, that's part and parcel of introducing this conversation about how we're going to budget, shoring up those monies, understanding what the actuals are, so that council and the community can also determine from a prioritization perspective, how important is it to maintain the level of service in each one of those categories, so that they can also understand. Because when we look at these budgets that are cumulative one-time hit rollovers, it would drive the community to say, well, why would I vote for a revenue increase? Why would I? Again, when we think about, when we have our economic vitality upcoming conversation, we know that every rooftop, the services in Broomfield are exemplary. All of us that do any of the surrounding areas, the service is exceptional. So per rooftop, it's about $3,000 worth of services that you all have deemed critical for our residents. $3,000 is what it costs us to provide the service level that we have right now. Property taxes, when people pay their property tax bill and they write out that check to City and County of Broomfield, they say, well, geez, I'm writing, my property tax now is $6,000. What are you doing with it all? We need to better educate our community on, we retain about $1,300 on average per rooftop. Services cost us $3,000, we retain $1,300. That gap is what you all see in the increasing operational costs to provide those services. And quite frankly, oftentimes on the back of our employees. Because we continue to ask for more and more and more and increasing the ask without increasing the number of employees. And that one graph clearly states that. So again, prior to having conversations about tax increases, yes, I said it. Our community has to be educated on what the level of services is, what it costs. Revenue's flat. They need to help us prioritize on what it is that we do next before we introduce what those concepts are. Because if we don't do the upfront work of educating on what that looks like, then the default is not no, right? The default is hell no. So as we walk into expansion for the library, when we talk about the First Bank Center, when we talk about continued equity of service provisions and distribution, all of that has to come into play. So we have a really tremendous opportunity to set the stage for the next 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20 years, and to be able to do it wisely.
And that's my last question. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Lahab.
Thank you, Mayor. What a fascinating discussion. And I very much appreciate staff bringing this forward as a discussion of ripping the Band-Aid off. As I said during our executive session, I think this is more like ripping off. I think Councilmember Tessier made the comment, this is taking the cast off. This is not just a Band-Aid, this is a big, big discussion. This is probably the most consequential discussion in my time on council, discussing this philosophy of how do we move forward. Couple of questions before I come to that. Manager Hoffman, you've stated a couple of times now that revenues will remain flat, but I think every property owner in the city has noticed that their property taxes are going up, regardless of the slice that the city and county of Broomfield gets. Can you tell us why it is that property taxes go up, yet you're saying that revenues will remain flat from that?
Absolutely, I appreciate that question, Councilmember Law Evans. Several factors. One, Colorado, right, wrong, or indifferent, find us in this cataclysmic. I was participating with Abby on an economic development, talking about when the bubble will burst on housing prices. And they said for the state of Colorado and Nevada, it wasn't going to. Because of whether you believe in climate change or not, I'm not going to add my opinion on that, but when you're looking at the East, what's happening on the East Coast continues to happen on the East Coast with regards to weather and water and flooding. And then you talk about the West Coast between the fires and the flooding. All of those folks, particularly the companies, headquarters and otherwise, continue to move in internally. So they don't see relief for us. And the reason I say that is because assessed valuations will continue to increase. Assessed valuations increasing means property taxes increase. Property taxes and sales taxes, given that we're a city and county, again, we have that pot of funds that it's fungible in the sense from a budgetary perspective. We know that based on legislation and other outside influences and decisions, we are subject to that impact. There is going to be we'll see the decrease, Brenda's already put it in the program that we'll see about a $3.5 million decrease for property tax based on the legislation that was passed last year. We'll see that in 2023. And given that assessed valuation comes every other year, we'll have to see what happens. There's a ballot initiative right now, Initiative 27, that will permanently cut property tax. So on one hand, property tax owners say, that's great, yes, I'm going to vote for that. On the other hand, the implications are, particularly from a local government and the state government, the funds that we rely on to provide the services, again, sales tax or property tax. So we are, I don't want to say we're at the mercy, but we're certainly on the receiving end of any of those decisions. We're certainly on the receiving end of assessed valuations that we have no control over. So again, from the mill levies, that's another, one of the things about becoming a city and county, we've never increased the mill levy. Services have costs have skyrocketed, personnel has skyrocketed, along with development, part of the executive session that we had tonight, right? That's another one of the shifts from staff's perspective is when we make these fundamental decisions, it's comprehensive. We've not necessarily done that in the past, where we bring something to council, council approves, but we don't have FTEs attached to it. We don't have what the budget implications are other than the long-range financial plan. And generally that's only if we convert, right? So if we say we're going to go from commercial to residential, then we have that line item in there. But from a totality of circumstances, we have to know what our capacity is in each one of these areas. So again, from their assessed valuation going up, it doesn't generate into big savings for us. Big dollars for us. Particularly for that specific reason of the ratcheting down effect.
Right. I appreciate that very much, and I think that that's something that we will get a lot of citizen questions about going forward. So I appreciate that explanation. Couple of different. Well, one other question, and then just a couple of thoughts. You also mentioned that we can't continue to ask more and more of our employees without more of a compensation, and I have gotten questions from citizens who are employees. Can you give us just a brief summary of what you're proposing? You and I have had these conversations over the last several months. Give me a brief summary of what you're proposing to try and bring some of our salaries more into line so we can keep our people without having to go to other cities, other communities that pay more.
You bet. And so the day after council approved my contract, we had employee appreciation in the park. I for one, and I can speak for a lot of the employees that were here, the feedback that we got was how grateful they were to this council for the first time implementing a compensation philosophy that will then translate. So Councilman Evans, it's twofold. One, it's from a compensation perspective, and I know we got a lot of conversations about the 7-year mid. This staff and this leadership, if we have an employee that's been here for 7 years and that range has changed and they're still at mid, somebody's not paying attention. Right. Whether it's the supervisor, the manager, the department head, or leadership as a whole. So we are getting away from the annual evaluation pieces. It's a consistent conversation. We changed what that evaluation process looks like. We're continuing to work on that. And then that was a fail safe. So if all else fails, if the supervisor doesn't recognize and doesn't do the increase, whether it's a bonus, whether it's one-time bonus or adding to a base bonus, or the market study, then you have that fail safe of the 7 years. We don't want a fail safe. We want it to be a dynamic approach where there's accountability for our employees, long-term and short-term. And part of that is what Nikki had introduced as that compensation philosophy. So one is making sure that we are competitive. We know that this is an employee's market right now. It is tough to find people. We know that 5 years ago, when we started having the conversation about retirements, it's coming, it continues to come. We're fortunate that 90% of our folks that have been here over 20 years that have retired in the last year and a half have given us a year and truly fundamentally looked at what that succession planning looks like. We are fortunate. So again, the twofold is compensation, making sure that it's competitive. Brenda's applying the 60% compensation as we move forward. We're looking at the compression. And I don't want to have you kick me, but we're not saying minimum wage anymore. We're saying equity pay, and what that fundamentally looks like. That's another reason for our shift to make sure that budget-wise, we know exactly where we are. So when we come back with these numbers, we know where the give is, right? And so our biggest resource is our human resources. So not only compensating, but the other, again, that fundamental piece of I would venture to guess that, I mean, we're shoring up a lot of these departments. Councilmember Tessier started asking 4 years ago when department heads would come to the budget meetings. Are you getting what you need? Do you have what you need? And there was the RCA dog look, right? Of, I don't really know what again, and part of Broomfield that makes it such a fundamental, phenomenal place to be is we do more with less. We do without. We grind it out. We put our head down. We swallow hard. But when you're continuing to ask, not only from a compensation perspective, but if you have a team that still has 4 people on that team and have always had 4 people on that team, it wouldn't matter how much you paid them. They have to have some relief. And that means other employees. So that's why I say it's twofold. One is compensation for our existing crew, and the other is shoring up and looking at the population increase that we've had over the last 10 years at 32%, where our increase in our employees is 8. That's a lot on top of pay. So we have some work to do.
Fair enough. I appreciate that very much. I really like that approach. I like the dynamic idea. And I'm sure that the city employees, city county employees will be, if you haven't told them all this already, which I'm sure you have, because you're excellent communicators, they'll be thrilled to hear this. So let me switch gears, and I realize I'm almost out of time here, but regarding the discussion about level of services, add-on services, and whether or not to have or when we have, and I won't be on council then, because I'm done in like 3 months, the discussion about raising taxes. I would strongly urge my colleagues and all of Broomfield to look very, very hard at the level of services, which has been platinum, has been superb. We've got the best staff, we have the best services. My gosh, we've got this beautiful new rec center. We've got the best police department that does a terrific job. I had someone tell me the other day, this is a fun story, that her ex-husband and her adult son had both just recently been cited for DUIs. And when they went and talked to their attorney, the attorney's response was, "Oh man, Broomfield's awful. You're never getting out of that." And I'm like, yay, that felt really good. That felt really, really great. So maybe we'll see if we can work with her to change that behavior. But we have the best people. We have the best people. We have the best services. But some of the add-on services that we continue to pile on, that's the wrong word, that we continue to ask for, we continue to say we want. I would strongly urge the upcoming council and all of Broomfield to look at those add-on services, add-on ideas very carefully, because whether or not long-term we can pay for them, given these new fiscal realities, is going to be very interesting. And I won't name specific ones that I think are on the block because it won't be my job, but I would really strongly urge council to look at that before discussing, or even just hinting at raising taxes. Lastly, some of you may remember former council member and mayor Walt Spader. God rest his, well, I was going to say God rest his sweet soul, but perhaps that's not the best description of Walt if you knew him. But Walt gave a lot of us who were incoming to council very specific and very short advice. He said, there's things you want and there's things you need. Don't ever confuse the two of those. What you need, what the city needs, are the core services. What we want to add in, and all of us up here have got our pet projects that we wanted to see move forward. Those are wants. Those are not core services. Those are not needs. So in memory of Walt Spader, I will end there. He was always succinct and I'm less so, but he sure taught me a lot. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I just wanted to insert into this philosophical conversation that the core services versus enhancements doesn't have to be a black and white decision. And I'm going to use an example from what I know best is being assigned to ACES. So I'm going to use sustainability as an example. There's a item in the presentation about in 2022 for 5 EV vehicles in the municipal pool. I don't know exactly what kind of vehicles those were, but we've had discussions in ACES where we talked to Public Works and we've examined how Public Works cycles through based on the age of the vehicle, the current replacement maintenance cost, when they make a decision to replace a vehicle. So, when you look at, well, that's sustainability. Well, yes, it's sustainability. It's, we can look at it as an enhancement, but it's also part of core services. So I'm not sure that I would like everybody at least to keep an open mind with that this philosophical conversation is not a black and white one with core services versus enhancements. And certainly when ACES brings forward the sustainability recommendations to council by the end of the year, I know what ACES is doing right now. ACES is doing a very detailed impact analysis of all of these recommendations so that it'll be clear to council what will be the return on investment, that kind of thing. So I just wanted to bring that forward into the philosophical conversation at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? Councilmember Lindsay?
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't going to say anything, but I do think that we need to add one thing to this conversation briefly, and that's that I don't think we should consider the equitable distribution of core services to be an addition of services. And something was said that some of those changes to that equity issue could be considered an additional service, and I don't think that's a fair evaluation.
We agree.
Okay, thank you. Certain neighborhoods should get the same core services as the rest of town, and right now, it is my view that they are not getting those services. So that's my belief, but I just wanted to make sure that was out there. And then I did want to say one other thing, based on another colleague's comments. Respectfully, this council does not have the power to raise taxes. This council has the power to ask the voters if they want to fund additional services. So I think that's just an important clarification. The voters have approved, the marijuana taxes last time. So they've done it before, but it's in our power to ask the voters what they want to approve. So this discussion about us raising taxes isn't really accurate. So I just want to put that on the record. So I appreciate it, man.
I appreciate that clarification, Councilmember Linsberg, because yes, last time I checked, Tabor was still in place, and that the only people that can raise taxes are the voters. But I want to go back to this enhancements conversation because I feel like it kind of has the wrong connotation, like we're asking for more, right? We're enhancing what's already on the plate, which some people have called pet projects. But what we have in our 2021 council priorities under our enhancement are economic vitality, water, affordable housing, transportation. How is that a pet project? Right? I mean, we've always had these things. We've even always had oil and gas. We've just never really had to regulate it as much until they came in our backyard. So how is that an enhancement?
That's a fair point. And I can't address the pet project thing, so I'm not going to because I didn't say that. I think from a terminology perspective, Mayor, there is, again, and if if we don't, if council directs that they don't want to look at between core services and enhancements, I think the fundamental nature of the shift is line iteming and prioritizing. So we can make the shift at council direction, not to have it under enhancement or core services, but just line item it. So to Councilmember Lim's, the bottom line is revenue's flat. So any additional requests, we need to figure out what needs to not happen in order for it to happen. So I guess that's the fun. So whether we can get away from the core and the enhancements. I mean, so no matter what we call it, we don't have to call it anything other than the budget and the line items that make up the budget.
Well, yeah, because we are obligated to do all of these things as a city and a county. We are the housing authority. What is the mission of the housing authority? To ensure equitable housing. That's not an enhancement, that's an edict. So it just doesn't sit right when it's put in a separate place, because it is something we decided we were gonna do when we became a county. And that means the housing authority, the Board of Health, and all of the other things, the Board of Social Services. Which unfortunately a part-time council can't really address. So there needs to be larger conversation about how much we've grown and how much more we're providing to this growing population. And is this sustainable?
We completely agree.
All right, thank you. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Dessert.
I just wanted to clarify, this whole idea of enhancements, I think it's just a confusion over terminology. It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, when you say enhancement, it's just something that's in addition to what the service that we already provide. So
correct,
you have a core level of services that we are providing, or baseline that we're providing right now. When you say enhancements, it's the extra is additional beyond what we're currently doing that someone on council may be requesting.
Yes.
Okay, and it may be something that's necessary and needed, but it's just in addition to what's there, currently being provided. So I mean, just so that's clear to everyone.
Exactly, and we have a housing crisis, so I don't think providing additional housing is an enhancement when you have a crisis. Councilmember Tessier.
And just to piggyback on that, housing was affordable when we became a community, when we became a county, and when we became a city. It is no longer affordable. So I don't see how, whether or not you use an enhancement or other, it is a basic human need. And that is core. Great. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, oh, wait, sorry. I think we're just being binary in nature, and there's an opportunity here to fill in the rainbow, right? So let's do that. And I think we can come to a better way of framing this so it doesn't divide, but it brings together. That's my goal.
Oh, no, I appreciate that. I do. And I think when I look at the priority slide, it says enhancements and it's things we all need to survive. It doesn't seem like a pet project to me.
I don't think we're going to be using enhancements anymore. I'm feeling pretty confident about that.
All right, I think we should take our 10-minute break and come back at 8:43 for the final item. Thank you.
That policy.
This evening is staff's request for direction regarding reverse setbacks for producing, shut-in, and flood and abandoned oil and gas locations. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to begin the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. And Anna Burton-Zeddy is going to introduce the conversation. You can tell that we have many folks there in the audience tonight to help field questions and elevate this conversation to resolution. Ms. Burton-Zeddy.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mayor, excuse me, it must be late, Mayor and City Council. Thank you. So City Council set a few study sessions regarding reverse setbacks this year, starting in March. We also had one in April. Just last month, Ordinance 2156 was passed, which was regarding reverse setbacks for pre-production facilities. So tonight's study session continues that discussion, but we're going to be focusing on producing wells, shut-in wells, and those that are plugged and abandoned. Staff is requesting direction on any potential exceptions as well for the reverse setbacks from those facilities. Whether they should be exempted for, and also whether setbacks should be applied to non-residential land uses or open lands. Staff's memorandum and the prior study sessions included detailed background information and information regarding potential impacts to development within Brookfield. As we begin the presentation this evening, I'll invite Ms. Weisner with our Health and Human Services Department for a brief overview of some of the information that's provided regarding health.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Next slide, please. Do you want me to keep going? One more slide. Thank you. All right, I've got one slide for you all tonight. Similar to a couple of weeks ago when we met. So as you can see, the map on your left, I removed all the streets just for privacy concerns for residents that have submitted health concerns to us. This map displays health concerns submitted to Broomfield Public Health during production activity at the Livingston pad. The Livingston pad is the orange square that's circled here on the map. And in this report, production is classified at Livingston as the dates between June 4th, 2020 and today. Overall, 104 health concerns and 214 health symptoms have been reported from 48 unique individuals during production from all distances. 4 health concern forms were submitted from 3 unique individuals that reside within 2,000 feet of the Livingston pad during production. And you can see that those 3 health concerns are within that radius there, and they're the teal color. And I'll hand it back to Ms. Burton-Zeddy.
Great, thank you. Next slide, please. So the first slide that we have tonight shows a range of potential setbacks. These are 200, 500, 1320, and 2,000 feet reverse setbacks from producing and shut-in wells. It is possible that in the future, some of these wells that are shown here could be plugged and abandoned as the operators are moving towards more horizontal drilling operations. As can be seen, the majority of the producing and shut-in wells are located in northeastern Brookfield. Next slide, please. The second map this evening shows a range of potential setbacks, 200, 500, again, 1320, and 2,000 reverse setbacks from plugged and abandoned facilities. It should be noted that surface owners do not typically control when wells become plugged and abandoned. Some surface owners within Broomfield have been working with operators to provide monetary compensation for plugging and abandoning producing or shut-in wells in order to allow some surface development to occur. Next slide, please. With the prior ordinance 2156 regarding setbacks from pre-production facilities, there were 5 exceptions. In addition to those listed on the screen that would be applied to pre-production, it should be noted that the setbacks that would be implemented both by 2156 and any other future reverse setback ordinance would also not be applicable to those properties with vested rights. Next slide, please. During prior discussions, some city council members have expressed some concern regarding placing public parks, open areas, and specifically play fields and gathering areas in close proximity to oil and gas facilities. And based on those comments, staff is requesting direction from the city council regarding whether to include in future river setback ordinances, a setback for public parks from oil and gas facilities. Next slide, please. This is our final slide this evening. This slide outlines the elements that staff is requesting direction on regarding river setbacks. And if directed by the city council, we will bring back an ordinance for consideration on first reading with potential changes regarding river setbacks from oil and gas facilities that are plugged and abandoned, shut in, or producing. And a public hearing will be scheduled with the second reading of that ordinance or ordinances. And with that, that concludes staff's presentation. And we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Member Council have any questions, comments?
Thank you. I tried to put my comments to follow the order of these questions. I'll see if I can get through all in my time. So the first question was the setback question about shut-in and producing wells. And I'll just note that shut-in wells are anticipated to produce again at some point. If not, it would be expected that the operator would P&A them as they are no longer user useful. So we're looking at these shut-in wells, we can assume that they are going to go back into production, and therefore shut-in wells and producing wells should be treated the same. I did a little research earlier today. There's currently 13 shut-in wells in Broomfield, and I actually clicked on a Scout card, and the majority of them, almost all of them are over 25 years old, which makes you wonder why do we have these plug and abandoned shut-in wells up in northern Broomfield that really seems like they probably are no longer user useful. So, you know, either need to get plug and abandoned, or they need to be considered that they will be producing again one day, and precautions need to be taken similarly. And we need to base these setbacks for producing wells on the science and the data. We continue to see more data that leads to show that there actually are impacts from producing wells as well. And there are future operations that can occur, such as refracking. And my understanding is, and again, staff can correct me if this is wrong, but when that refracking phase would be very similar to the original fracking phase, in which the operator would come back, put up the sand wall, they would bring in their fleet of frac engines, and we would have the associated noise and emissions. So until we know that those operations are passed, and until we know that they won't be doing maintenance activities that result in emissions, we just can't get past that point where we need a substantial setback still. And really considering, I don't think we have all the information we really need, but the intensity of the operations, what are the anticipated emissions, what are the safety risks, until we have that information, you can definitively say that we're past that phase, then that setback can come down. And there's also the possibility of some type of variance where the well hasn't quite plugged and abandoned yet, but the operator has identified that they are done with all substantial operations and no more impactful emissions or maintenance operations. So I think that's kind of my answer for number one. I don't have an exact distance, but it just, I don't know, we have the information, but it still seems like it should be 2,000 feet until we get to that point where they're done with all the substantial operations. And number two is the residential setback for P&A wells. Well casing failures are not rare. During one of our study sessions on reverse setbacks, it was noted that we have wrench faults in northern Broomfield, and that could have contributed to the Davis 436 well casing failure. We can't assume that that's a standalone event that will never happen again. And I know I don't have the study here, but there's a study that shows the percent that fails over so many years, and it's a small percentage, but it adds up when you talk about like hundreds of wells. And the best we can do for the setback is and this is understand the COGCC doesn't have this data that we really would like to have, We know that subsurface methane from DS-43/6, as one example, was detected at over 100 feet from the well. And you also need to consider bringing in the workover rig. It was impactful enough to bring a workover rig onto Grants Peak Way when those homes there had been built. Had the homes all been built, it would have seemed a whole heck of a lot closer to those homes. And so I'm thinking the 250 feet really is necessary. It's far better than the 5,500 foot easement. And I look forward to what others have to suggest on that setback. The exemptions, I think we need to go with the same exemptions as we did before. And then this isn't going to go away though, because as these developers go forward their projects, I will bring it up. I know others will bring it up. And we need to understand that the vested rights, and then need for exemptions, but the onus is then going to fall on the developers to consider the health and safety impacts as they move their projects forward. So we will need to remind the developers of those concerns and see what they can actually do. Number 4 was the reverse setbacks from non-residential uses. I strongly think we need to think about our parks, especially the recreational amenities and places where people congregate, like the playground equipment, park shelters, like a pump park, ball fields, the water reservoir, and just match those setbacks to the same phase as above. I'm open to suggestions there, but we really need to pay attention to what's happening near places where people are visiting. And then changes to the notice. I think it'd be good to match the health emergency preparedness notice of 0.8 miles. Consideration for how, I'm not sure how the seller is supposed to know that they need to notify the buyer, but I look forward to the conversation there. And I do think that really should be included. And if it's best to go on the seller, that's fine. And then and we should definitely include that for multifamily leases as well, because just because you're not buying your home doesn't mean that you don't want to know that you're living near a plug and abandoned well or some future operation. And then the content of the existing notice, I don't have a suggestion here, but it definitely we need to work on that easily digestible so the potential buyer sees that as as they're looking at the home and decide for themselves. And that I think covers all the questions. Thanks.
We'll do another time.
I'm done.
All right, Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think starting with the plug and abandoned wells, I think that's something that we've had a lot of recent examples and experiences with these plug and abandoned wells. One of them being the Davis 43/6 well that Councilmember Anderson spoke about and the difficulties there. But then we also have the recent example of the Carson 124, which was the well that was near Aspen Creek that was recently plugged and abandoned. And so, with those two wells, we kind of had kind of a case of two processes of two wells. And so I'm curious, I have some questions and maybe staff needs to follow up on these. But, looking at this, with the Carson 124 well, what was the size of the area of the well pad? What was the space needed to plug that well in terms of getting that equipment onto the site? What kind of a footprint did that take up? And, basically from one end of one truck to the end of another truck, just to kind of get that space. And then would we expect remediation to the site that would extend beyond that little footprint as well?
So thank you, Councilmember Schaaf, for that question. Inspectors who were on site estimate that Carlson took a 250 feet space to bring in all the equipment. The well, itself is a much smaller area, but there are about 3 different types of trucks that come in and maneuver around that well during the plug and abandoning of a well. And the remediation is probably not much beyond that area, I would say.
Okay, so I think that's definitely important to look at, especially as we're talking about producing shut-in wells. What that space is going to be, and so what is that going to look like when we actually go towards that P&A well? Then of course we know that that with that Davis 43/6 well, that was a P&A well that then had issues with that. So we can say, oh well, once it's P&A, that space becomes a lot smaller. But then we look at a Davis 43/6 well, and we realize that space all of a sudden becomes much larger and probably gets back to that 250 foot space again. So I think that on that flood and abandon, I would be, you know, inclined to go with that 250-foot setback there, just because it seems that on either side of this, either when things go pretty well, such as the Carlson 124, we found out that there was some contamination that is going to need to be remedied. That we see that was a okay situation, but it still took that 250-foot space. And then that Davis 43, where that was not really a good situation with the P&A well, and it still took that 250-foot space and maybe a little bit more. So I think on those plugged and abandoned wells, that's where I'm thinking. And of course, with those wells, as long as they aren't built environments and particularly residential buildings, the remediation and the ability to access those wells, utilizing parks, open space, parking lots, things like that, as long as those aren't, you know, structures sitting on top of those within that 250-foot space, I think we're pretty good. So, you know, allowing parks and things like that to be built around those PMA wells, and that way it doesn't, you know, negate all development activities around those plugged and abandoned wells. I think the trickier one is going to be, of course, the producing and shut-in wells. And because I think that we have a little bit, you know, kind of, well, we're still gaining information on those producing wells and those shut-in wells. We don't have as much recent experiences, but we do have some. So I think as Councilmember Anderson stated, that shut-in wells can always become producing wells again. And so I think to consider those kind of one and the same, I think is important moving forward, and we shouldn't necessarily consider them as different entities, though their operations are different at points. A shut-in well can always become a producing well. We do have the CDPHE study, which was based on both on pre-production as well as production. Is that correct?
Councilmember Schaaf, thank you for that question. The 2019 risk assessment from CDPHE, they did look at pre-production activities and they did their modeling based on that. They also looked at production. But when they looked at production, they combined it with pre-production activities because they stated that that would most closely resemble real world exposure, because once a pad is in production, you can go back and do some of those pre-production activities like refracking.
And thanks for that clarification. That was going to be my next question. So thanks for jumping on that. And I think that's where the really tricky nature of those wells become, is that while it's in a new state, it can always revert back, just like a shut-in well can revert back to a producing well. A producing well can always revert back to a pre-production well in a lot of activities. And so that's where that really gets tricky. But I think that within Broomfield's case, we have older producing wells and we have some shut-in wells. And I think there needs to be incentive to get those wells to plug and abandon. Because at that point, it reduces the amount of area for those setbacks, but also mitigates a lot of the emissions that are coming off of those older wells. And so I think incentivizing those to become plug and abandon, I think is the direction that you know, probably some of those landowners would like those wells to go. And I think that for our community and our world at large, we would like those wells to go plug and abandon as well. I think that with those producing and shut-in wells, in regards to the setbacks, you know, I think that because the producing wells and shut-in wells can become P&A, I think that the development of those plans around those wells shouldn't necessarily be on hold until those are P&A, because if the process continues to move through that the developer is going to P&A those wells, then they can continue to plan like those are going to be P&A. And so we shouldn't necessarily hold back the development plans and the conversations leading towards those, but that has to be a part of the conversation, that if we're going to develop closer to those wells, that the expectation is that those will be P&A as that construction is moving forward. And then I think that new residential uses cannot be included within the setback for those producing and shut-in wells. And then I think that the trickiest question for me was number 5, which I think it's complicated in that we kind of have to understand what those setbacks are going to be before we kind of consider that next step, which is the notice. So I think that for me, as I continue to hear my council colleagues talk about the setback distances, I'll start to have more and more answers and information to that number 5 question. So that's all I have for now, Mayor.
Thank you, and I understand this is a lot to cover in 5 minutes, so I'm being a little lenient because it's a lot. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. As you know, I've been doing a lot of editing and writing in my life, and I confess I had a desire to reorganize this memo because I had struggled with what I felt were like 20 questions, a lot of random numbers, quite honestly, and I think other people are struggling with coming up with answers because I'd like to see it redrawn in terms of what is the public policy objective we're trying to achieve. It makes reference to land use development, but is it safe development? Do we have a desire to remove all these plugged and abandoned wells? Is that our public objective? To improve the potential development of this property? Is there a way to incentivize that perhaps through these setbacks to encourage that removal? And what is the principle we're going to act on in terms of prioritizing the health and safety of people who will eventually live here for the next 25 years or the immediate development of this property? So I felt it was hard for me, and I think others are struggling to digest all the information in this memo. It'd be really helpful to me if we could come back and organize it in a way, well, if we want to pursue this, here are your options, pros and cons. If we want to prioritize the best land use development in the immediate future, or if our priority is to get rid of these wells, here are your options and the pros and cons. That would help me, like I said, digest, which is a lot of questions with numbers to me that I don't have any context to really to evaluate. So that's really not so much of the question as a request. If you might be able to address that.
Thank you, Councilmember Cohen. As always, we're finding your responses helpful and insightful. I think staff would find it helpful given the number of conversations and attempts we've had to have these setback conversations. If council could help us with the questions that Councilmember Cohen just asked with regard to what the priority is for those setbacks from a policy perspective, that would help us generate not even a comprehensive approach, but certainly from an outlining approach from a land development and a land use. I think we've had those conversations, Councilmember Cohen, but not as succinct as the way you just laid it out. So again, unless and we'll defer to Ms. Burtonzetti and also Ms. Yellico. I think our attempt was not what was best suited for the land. Those weren't the conversations nor the priority, nor was from a land use perspective. It was about public health and safety, and that was the primary policy goal and direction.
I appreciate that. I think it'd be helpful to provide context to a little bit more. If our goal is to do A, B, or C, 250 does this, 1,000 does this, 2,000 does that, and what the real impacts would be. So, if we did go to 2,000, would that end all development in that area, make it unfeasible, or if we went to a certain, what is the real life impacts? And I am curious. I don't know if it's even feasible to incentivize to Councilmember Anderson's query. Ideally, we would not want to have any of these wells sitting there, preferable. But is there a realistic way to clean it up?
I think we attempted that partially in the prior conversations with the maps from the development perspective of what was already on track or planned use. I think part of that conversation was when McWhinney came during the P&A conversation about more that it was access to the pad for the workovers. Kind of to Councilmember Schaaf's point of, given the recent tangible examples that we've had, what would the setback be in those cases in order to get in there? So again, the priority was more from equipment perspective and access. As the next conversation that we have with producing wells, having the various radius setbacks, how it impacts development versus the priority of being kind of the public safety. So again, that trade-off, and I think staff has walked that line between saying, here's the current developments that are on track that may or may not be impacted. As we move forward, it's really from a factual, what development do we have there right now that would be impacted? So again, that's a different conversation than a public health and safety conversation, because on prior conversation, when we would say this development's going to be impacted, council's direction was, regardless of whether the economics would be impacted, we need to make sure that current residents and future residents don't have to experience what the current residents are experiencing right now. So again, public health and safety was really the driving factor and not necessarily the economic development impacts, particularly with the heat maps. Anna, do you want to, just from the perspective of if we implemented a 250-foot setback, a 500-foot setback, 1,000-foot, 2,500 feet. So we have more maps than kind of we know how to mark at this point that would really, I think, identify, Ms. Burtonzetti, if you would.
Thank you. Yes, we have a lot of maps. I think a lot of them are kind of buried in the other study session memorandums. We didn't include them again in this memorandum, instead provided some cross references. But as was just summarized, our attempt with the memorandum was really to understanding that the health concern is what was driving the request to look at the river setbacks, but also making sure that council was aware of any implication with development that was known or anticipated at this time. So we did provide some of the heat maps, as was mentioned. Also, I think we did carry over one table into this memorandum, just with some of the key development areas that we thought could potentially be impacted by a river setback, just to help continue that conversation, make sure that there was a full understanding of what the potential impacts could be.
Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. A little tired tonight. Sorry, guys, I'm a little out of it, but I wanted to thank the staff for making this, particularly their GIS data team. Holy smokes, there's been so many maps out of this. Dora the Explorer would be super proud of you all. I want to just say that I understand the intent behind this, and I just want my fellow council members to understand that this is really impacting a lot of specific wards. There's certain wards that have already been built out, but this one particular ward is really hitting Ward 5. It's hitting me in the gut, I'll be quite honest. And if I were to overlap the maps of the plug and abandon, if I were to overlap the maps of the producing wells, if I were to overlap the maps of the shut-in wells, there's not to say that there isn't any sort of, public health and safety issues. There is. But I want to have an equity conversation about this. And in particularly, how safe is safe. And I think when we talk about oil and gas, this hurts my heart to say, but we do have to also talk about, we talk about all the time in our climate conversations. When I go to, meetings about climate, we talk about how close should people live to highways. I mean, and that's a serious concern because there is benzene coming off of highways. And so if we want to talk about that, this also has to be part of that conversation. That's what I'm going to say. Like every time we look at a daycare center, I'm always looking to see how close it is to a 4-lane highway or something That being said, I do have some questions about the memo. I would still like to zoom back. I personally would like to have another study session on this. I know that I'm gonna kill Jennifer Hoffman here tonight saying that. But it's important just to kind of zoom out a little bit. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit and I'll try to zoom out again. But when you talked, Ms. Yelko, about a 250 foot footprint, what does that mean? Because when we talk about a square foot, so the math person comes out 25 by 10, that's 250 square feet. Are we talking about a 250 foot radius though? What are we talking about with a 200 foot? You said footprint. What does that mean?
Yeah, and my understanding is 250 by 250. So
Okay.
it would be probably a radius is what they're referring to there, of 250 feet. And that's just from visual inspection of the process.
Okay.
And again, that's for the various pieces of equipment that have to move off and move on during the process. You know, if it were just the well itself, like the Davis well was probably a 10 by 10 replug area, but again, over 200, 250 with equipment coming on.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you for that answer. I did, I want to be sensitive to what's going on in that land family. I will say too, in this memo, I didn't see this, and maybe I'm wrong, but there is a difference between being plugged and abandoned before 2008 and after 2008. There's different technologies that are involved. So I would like to look at our wells and look at and see how old or how long ago they were plugged and abandoned, because that really does matter if we have something that's being plugged and abandoned before 2008. I also would like to see too, I'm wondering what we can do as far as those that are in production. What can we do to reduce what's coming off of them? If this is what we're really concerned with too, what can we do to reduce, the carbon that's coming off there and all of our VTEX? I wanted to talk a little bit about the shut-in wells. Can we explain shut-in wells? Are they, some of them orphaned, some of them not? If you were oil and gas, how would you explain a shut-in well to me and its purpose?
The COTCC does have definitions of each of those, and Councilmember Anderson hit it on the head with shut-in. I mean, that's exactly what they are. They could produce again. Or they could be plugged and abandoned, but they could also produce. They also have a category of abandoned, in place, the operator no longer exists, but that I would say is also technically shut in because it could produce again if a new operator came in. Okay. And what was the other category you asked?
I'm just curious if some of them are deemed orphan, that I'm wondering if there is a company that is still alive and well with all the shut-in wells, or are we talking about, I'm really angry, to be quite honest, that we're passing on the buck to a lot of our developers. I mean, really, there's a lot of developers out there that should not be paying for this, and our state system should be picking up the tab on orphan wells, so.
Yeah, and there is a category of orphan because that was Davis 42.6 exactly. Nobody could find the operator.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I want to have some sort of system in place where we have the state pay for that, because I'm tired of developers paying for oil and gas, to be quite honest. Let's see here. I would like to see maps of where maybe development could happen. I'm seeing a lot of where it can't happen. I'm wondering what the flip side of that looks like, because if I were, like I said earlier, if I were to overlap the plug and abandon, the producing wells, if we add all of those in there and we say all of these, setbacks and radii, I want to say that we won't be able to develop at all. And that kind of frightened me a little bit for our developer's sake. I will say that we do need some sort of setback for plug and abandon. I'm willing to go, larger than 150 feet. I know the COGCC, recognizes that. But one more question too, I guess if we talk about a shut-in well and it could be refract, does that take another permit? And if so, does the 2,000 foot setback come into play?
It is my understanding that a shut-in well would require a permit to re-enter, basically refract it, yeah. But most of the shut-ins you see are these older wells that have been there for 20 years. They're gonna need a permit anyway, if they're going to come in under new technology. So if they're refracking a shut-in, I would say yes, they need a permit under CODCC rules.
Okay, so if housing were nearby within that 2,000 feet, then that would prevent it from being refract.
I have to think that one through.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I think that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim?
Yes, I think I'll start with the P&A question first. Thank you to the inspectors for measuring the radius around the Carlson 124 cleanup that's needed now. So yes, that kind of proves the point there that we need at least 250 feet radius around a P&A well. We already had Davis 43-6. We had trenching around there. The trenching around Davis 43-6 is about the same distance all around. So that seems, we have our evidence from our own experience that that should be, the P&A distance should be 250 feet. The production. Again, I'm going to go back to what we were doing, what I said before. And the other issue, I don't see this as a binary. This is not decision. This is not health and safety versus land development. I think we can have our cake and eat it too here. I mean, in the Northeast, there are all of these stripper wells, as Councilmember Anderson pointed out. They're old, they go back to 1993, they're not producing anything, they just need to be P&A'd. We have, means to do that, or at least the developers have means to do that, should have means to do that. And we can even use Rule 211 if we want to try to get the COGCC to P&A a well. So I don't see the issue here in the Northeast. I think it's to everyone's advantage to get those stripper wells to be P&A'd. And the incentive, as Councilmember Cohen was referring to, the incentive to do that is in the teeth of the reverse setbacks. So if we acknowledge the fact that any production well has the same potential risk for health and safety, then we should be at the same place with the reverse setbacks during production as we are with pre-production, and that's 2,000 feet. As Councilmember Anderson pointed to, we have the possibility of refracking. We have been told that the definition of refracking is not clearly defined by the COGCC. Sometimes it requires a Form 2 or Form 2 for COGCC approval. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's going to include this exact same fracking chemicals that we know are a health and safety issue during pre-production. So I think we need to consider that. We have the same health and safety risks possibility, unless, as Councilmember Anderson said, we can get the operator to say, we are not refracking these anymore. And as far as I know, we cannot do that. We also have our own evidence right now with separator maintenance activities during production at Livingston. We have benzene spikes. Benzene, as Dr. Weisner was pointing to, the immediate health complaints that we see right now within 2,000 feet. Benzene is not going to have immediate health complaints. We know that. Benzene is a chronic, if we have chronic exposure to benzene, we're going to have long-term cancer risk. That's not something that people are going to suddenly decide tomorrow they're going to write in a health complaint. Oh my goodness, I have cancer. They're not going to do that. We're not going to know that for years down the road. And right now we have the problem of, during separator maintenance activities at Livingston, we have had benzene spikes. The COGCC has thought about a solution. They've thought they were going to talk to extraction, and nothing has happened. And it's been over a month now. And in the meantime, maintenance activities should be going on. We found out that one of the separators had corrosion that has to be fixed. These are just typical activities that go on during production at any oil and gas facility. And we know that these things can happen and they have health risks. I also wanted to point to, in defense of the 2,000-foot setback during production, a statement from the COGCC document, Statement of Basis and Purpose. It says, even if we don't have scientific certainty, it should not be a barrier to adopting policies and regulations or making decisions based on available scientific evidence, nor does it involve the COGCC of its obligation to adopt regulations that avoid, minimize, and mitigate potential adverse impacts. Policymaking frequently requires reviewing evolving scientific data and drawing conclusions that are supported by ongoing scientific investigations prior to the scientific community characterizing a body of evidence about a topic as presenting a high degree of scientific uncertainty. That's us, that's policymakers. We need to look at the evidence that we have at the moment and look at the evidence that we are lacking at the moment and examine that and make policy based on that. And there's been a lot of council members who have familiarized themselves with the Physicians for Social Responsibility Compendium of Scientific Documents. And it's full of over 2,000 published peer-reviewed studies that point to the problems with unconventional oil and gas development. So I think we need to recognize we have our own evidence. We have the threat of refracking. We have a lot of peer-reviewed studies currently, and we need to go with the fact that we have these health and safety risks during production. Shut-in wells, yes, shut-in wells are the same as, should be treated the same as production wells because they have the potential to be in producing again. Exceptions, yes, we should have the same exceptions as we did in the previous ordinance for pre-production. Non-residential uses, I'm looking for a term from staff. So is there a term, or how do we define where people congregate or where there's a recreational amenity? So that's what I'm looking for as to how we should set the reverse setbacks in the parallel fashion for public parks as we do to residential facilities. And then in that respect, if we go in that direction with defining where people congregate or where there's recreational amenities, can we have a map which just has those entities? The map that we have has open lands, and that's a broader category. Notices, I think I agree with Councilmember Anderson. We should have the notices match the 0.8 miles that we have in the oil and gas regulations, 1754-50, the health emergency preparedness and public participation notice. And I think I've responded to the questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said, Councilmember Lim. I have a proposal, since this is obviously a voluminous amount of policy to discuss. I feel like we should probably break it up into some chunks like we did with the pre-production separately. And I feel like we could probably get to consensus on the P&A first before the other stuff. So if there's no objections from council, let's focus on the plugged and abandoned, reverse that back first. I remember that.
I do have a question though.
Sure.
And it's regarding those that are shut in. And how long have most of them been shut in? Have we reached out? Is there a time limit where, that either CCOB can put on it, or is it all preempted by COGCC to say, you know what, we're still, or can we say, after 25 years, it's time to like get off the pot, or so I'm curious about that. I don't know if I can get a response.
I don't have a response for that, and I'm not sure if we could ferret that information out of COGCC records when the well went into shut-in status. They're not always that up to date and clean, but we could do some research and find out if we could answer that question for you.
Okay, thank you. And clearly there is no pot of money from oil and gas that producers who just actually end up going bankrupt, do they have like an association or something, like a, not even saying PTO?
Councilmember Tessie, I'll take that question. The answer is no.
Yeah.
And for those that have been here a long period of time, the likelihood of tracking that back, they'll fall into that, the abandoned category. So although COGCC has a super limited budget for those plugged and abandoned, for the abandoned wells, getting on their sheet to prioritize. The only reason, and Tammy, correct me if I'm wrong, the only reason that Davis 43 was, so Davis 43 was never on their list to do. It was only because of the, the potential impact and proximity to residents that even got on the list. So getting it on their list, it in and of itself is a super heavy lift.
Huh. So I wonder, are there any, and I don't know if the attorneys in the room could answer this, is there any cases that have been tried or after 20 years, if we don't know who owns it, and if we made an attempt to actually figure this out, and there's either non-compliance or there's like slow movement, is there a way to expedite this? And if we don't get it by a certain time, can we just be like, okay, these are going to be plugged and abandoned?
Councilmember Tessie, I'll jump in, and Pat Gilbert and Mike Foot are here this evening as well. I believe it was Councilmember Lynn that mentioned the Rule 211 proceeding, which is an option that CCOB has in this regard. But I think one of the challenges, and Mike and Pat, please jump in if you'd like, is that a shut-in well can just sit there. And then you might need to get the right permits, and under our regulations, you would need to get approval to actually do any activity, but it can just sit there for a long time. And I think that we are limited in our power to either report it as an orphan well and try to force something to happen, but if they don't act on it, I don't think CCOB can go onto that land and take care of that matter, which is why we were talking about incentivizing the landowner who wants to sell to a developer to help make movement on that well. Mike or Pat, I don't know if you wanted to add anything. And you don't have to. If you can grab that podium, the mic on that podium, Mike, thanks.
So, Councilmember, I think the only thing I would add, although I'm not sure it really adds that much at all, but what I would just emphasize is when you're talking about the shut-in versus the plug and abandon issue, that is going to be COGCC discretion. And the way that I think it has played out has been, if there's still an operator that is in business and associated with that particular well that's shut in, then they are, I think, have been reluctant to declare it abandoned. But if there is an operator that is no longer in business or has just left the state, but it's still technically shut in, that makes it a lot easier for the COGCC to declare it to be abandoned. And then it can be an orphan well and get into the orphan well program. Now, currently there's somewhere between 450 and 500 wells in the orphan well program. And their typical plug rate of that has been about 50 per year. So, you know, if it stays the same, then you still have about a 5-year waiting list, but it also could continue to increase as well. That's if the current funding and their capability remains the same, which it may actually increase after the current financial assurances rulemaking that should be done by the end of the year. But that's a big if.
Thank you, I appreciate it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lyman?
Thank you, Mayor. So I've been thinking, listening to everyone very carefully. And I like your idea, Mayor, of separating things out and trying to reach consensus on plug and abandon. What I worry about is I certainly worry about the health impacts, but I do think that the plug and abandon wells, we have the inspection program, there are a lot of safeguards in place to make that the least worrisome of all the categories that we're still talking about, right? So what I worry about is that there are developers out there who do not have vested rights. And even with the developers that do have vested rights, the problem still exists. It's just they have the option of dealing with it in a different way, right? So I sit and I kind of roll all this around, and I want to go back to the idea of incentivizing developers to do something. What sort of incentives are we talking about? What sort of incentives are we considering? I mean, an incentive is something you provide to a developer, right? So what are the tools in our toolkit there?
Thank you, Member. Law Evans, I'm gonna have Anna weigh into that. I think it's been the incentive for the developers to do it, for McWinney to do it, for Garrett Baum, United Frontiers to do it, is being seen as good community partners when they come to council and ask for their projects. So instead of doing something in front, because again, even if we incentivize them to do it from a project or a community development perspective, the incentive is, if you do this, we're either going to expedite your project, but then even if we expedite the project and we come to council, there's no guarantees until we jump through all those hoops that project's going to be
Sure.
Right?
Exactly.
And Anna or Tammy, what is the I know we've talked about this so many times, I should know this like the back of my head. What's the average cost to plug and abandon a well?
I guess a routine one, I think the COGCC still estimates around maybe 60 to 70,000. Again, what we saw with the Davis 43.6 was closer to 300,000. So that was an anomaly of sorts.
And so generally those standalone wells, I know that Urban Frontiers, Anna, I believe that it was upwards of 9 wells that they plugged and abandoned, took care of.
Right.
I think that the number was the same for McWinney. The problem is those standalone ones.
Exactly.
That are all over.
All over. And that's what I'm thinking about, because there are a lot of property owners out there in that part of the world who have an acreage, something like that, and they eventually want to either combine it with their neighbors or otherwise come up with a way to develop it, something like that. And they don't have the vested rights, and this does put them at a huge disadvantage. And I know it's not the city's responsibility to make sure that the playing field is level or anything like that, but it kind of is our responsibility to make sure that the playing field is at least level. So I, as we move forward, and Mayor, like I say, I do like your suggestion of trying to reach consensus on this first. I'd like to explore if there are other incentives that we can use to, it is, as Councilmember Cohen said, it is in everyone's best interest to get these dealt with, hopefully, cross your fingers once and for all. So what are some non-monetary, because mindful of the budget discussion we just had, non-monetary incentives that we can truly provide to a property owner, maybe not even a developer, but just a property owner who is happy with the way their property sits, they just want this well dealt with. Can we, and I'm just tossing out ideas here, can we work on tap fees? Can we work on sewer fees? And I know those are enterprise funds, so most likely not. But are there other things we can provide as true incentives, not just kind of, hey, we're going to expedite you through the development process, but you might get shot down anyway. That's not necessarily really an incentive. So that's what I'd like to be able to see, to truly give these folks some, what's the word that someone else used, some true equity in the playing field when you're talking with the McQueenies and the Garrett Browns, things like that. When you put those folks in the same category, not everybody has the pockets that Garrett Brown has or McQueenie has. Very few people do, quite honestly. So I guess that's what I'd like to have this discussion be about, and maybe staff can brainstorm if there are things that we can bring forward as an incentive.
We'd be happy to do that. And just on behalf of Tammy and Anna and the sustainability crew, with extraction coming back, this from a current staffing, this would not be something that we would be able to do until subsequent to December 2022. It wouldn't be a priority until we were able to kind of reallocate what that focus would be until after extraction concludes their operations.
I appreciate that, and especially given, like I say, the discussion we just had on the budget. Nonetheless, if this body chooses to enact something with regard to plug and abandoned wells, that's my preference, is to come up with a true incentive to give a property owner or a developer or whoever's in charge of that piece of property something to help them along. I think that is a fair way to achieve the goal of getting the plug and abandoned wells. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that hasn't gone yet that wants to comment? Before I go, Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski.
Thank you. I've been listening intently to all my colleagues here, trying to absorb this. I kind of like our idea, Mayor, of maybe bifurcating these couple issues. I think we can get to a consensus quicker on the plug and abandoned issue. And I don't think I have much of an issue with the 250 that's been proposed on that one. But what I would like for this, and more specifically or more importantly for the other phase of the actual operating wells, is for me, it's really an easily digestible draft list or whatever of the risks that we're concerned with. And I know some people have knowledge of this more than I do, but I need something that's easy to look at, easy to read, coming from staff that explains to me exactly why I should be concerned or why I would want to have whether it's a 500, 1200 or 2000 foot setback from a producing well, or even 250 feet from a plug and abandoned well. You know, what are the concerns? What are the risks? Why do we have to do that? Why should we do that? And some people could probably recite this right now to me, with their beliefs, but I don't have that. That's what I want. I want to see it coming from staff. Something that's evidence, scientific based. And you're going to tell me we can't do that, which would be concerning.
I am again, from the priority of public health, the data that we have is the data that we have. So until Megan, Dr. Weiss continues to do her her community outreach, right from a causation and a correlation, if that's what you're asking for, Stan. We don't have that. And so again, staff's role is to move on council's direction of what is a priority, identifying those setbacks. But from a staff perspective, to say, well, at 500 feet, we don't think there's impacts. Again, it's the data that's been well established, that CDPHE says, 2,000 feet. They didn't do the incremental studies. They just said that, at 2,000 feet, they didn't go to 3,000 feet. They didn't go before that. It was the 2,000 foot. And that is really the premise of having these conversations, that Councilmember Lim and Councilmember Anderson, and Councilmember Hinkle have really, been focused on for the last 2 years. So that's just it's an ad nauseum way, Councilmember Jezierski, to say what you're asking for would be an opinion, and one that it's a precarious position for us to be in, to be offering an opinion on that.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't want an opinion. I would want the data, the facts. What exactly, are we seeing, or what are we concerned with? Something to support it. I mean, that's. I just don't have any. I'm looking at this sort of. I don't know why. Why would I want 500? Why would I want 1,200? Why would I want 2,000? I mean, if there's compelling reasons for that, I could get behind that, but I don't have that information, so I need that in something that's easy to read and to digest. And say, okay, now I understand, this is why, and maybe I'm looking at my fellow council members and anyone along here, I'd be happy to receive that information from you. But I need to have compelling information as to why I would want to implement, any one of these setbacks on a producing well. So it's pretty simple. Like, I can be convinced, but that's what I need. I need that information, and right now I don't have that information, at least in a format that's easy for me to read and digest. So that's the ask on that, and it'd be helpful for me, maybe some other colleagues as well. I don't know, but ultimately I can't make any decision without having that information. I just need to know, why are we doing this? And if there's a good reason, okay. It was my limited understanding from our, previous meetings that the producing well was much less dangerous than the fracked well, and that's why we had discussed that one first. So, okay, what are we worried about now with the producing well? I guess what I did catch today from our discussion was the possibility of refracking. What I don't know is that a legitimate concern? And if someone has an answer to that, we'd be happy to know that answer. But beyond that, I don't have any real understanding of what we're concerned with. So, not saying that there isn't a concern, I just don't have that, I'm not seeing that information. So.
Councilmember
Getting a lot
Lindsay?
of blank stares and silence, so.
Well, there was a lot of information in the packet. I was just wondering if you had a chance to look at it, because there were some peer reviewed studies provided.
And again, I asked it for, in an easily digestible, we didn't get it in the I guess, presentation that we had today. So, it's something that I can look at and say, hey, A, B, C, and D, these are the concerns. I mean, it's pretty simple request.
Noted. I know, it's a lot of information to digest and get through and research. It is. That's why it's probably not something we're going to be able to settle on tonight. But yeah, I didn't get through all of it, but I did get through some of it. So honestly, I know it's a lot to read. So maybe a smaller condensed version, as Mayor Pro Tem asked, for those of us who need the short version.
I want to make sure that we're meeting expectations while managing expectations. And again, let's take a shot at it. Is the best that I can, I mean, again, from an executive summary, I feel like we're chasing, from a staff perspective, we're chasing an answer to help you all solidify and be confident in the decision. And some of it is from a priority perspective, of what's already occurred to those impacted residents. And that's why we kind of broke down the phases of, and we didn't have a baseline study before, right? We only went and we didn't even do a really great job of a baseline study then, because we were still chasing in order to implement the noise monitoring and the air monitoring and so again, the peered studies, the applicability is up to the individual council members to determine. Mayor, we can certainly work on, I think your suggestion about bifurcating is clearly the direction that we need to go in. And so perhaps by bifurcating the memos, that will provide, but again, so those peer-reviewed studies will be applicable to each one of these categories. But perhaps the individual peered studies.
Well, part of the issue too is we get information from our legal staff too at separate times in advance. And I had actually forgotten how we got those documents when I was talking to another council member, so I had to go back and find the memo that contained a lot more memos from our city and county attorney, which I didn't even get through them all. So it's just, we're getting bombarded with voluminous amounts of information, and it is a lot to process in our, part-time work. So I get it, I do.
Yeah, and just to clarify, for myself, my gut is that, yeah, I wouldn't want to live within 2,000 foot of a producing well, but I don't have anything, that I can point to, to justify that feeling. And if I'm gonna make a decision on this, I just need some justification. So if staff can't give that to me, then maybe some of my colleagues can.
Fair enough. Thank you. Councilmember Lindsay?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually kind of where Councilmember Cohen initially was on this, and that's about what is our policy objective here? What are we trying to achieve? With these shut-in wells, to start, we've been left with a mess that operators should have dealt with a long time ago. And now we're trying to figure out how to make land use decisions with that existing problem. So I guess I'm hesitant. I think I used this analogy last time with the pre-production wells, which is cracking nuts with a sledgehammer. And I'm wondering if maybe staff can come up with some ideas on how to get these shut-in wells properly P&A'd. Maybe it isn't just a hard requirement. I mean, I don't view this setback as an incentive. It's a requirement. If you want to do something with your land, you have to P&A these wells. Maybe that's the best way to do it. I don't know. But maybe it's an incentive. Maybe it's, working with the CFGCC on some of these wells that hit our marks. But we really do need a plan to get these P&A'd. And I'm hesitant to push for a hard and fast requirement that's only going to impact, the northern corner of Brookfield and some smaller developers who don't have vested rights. And I don't know. I think I need a better recommendation on how to solve that problem. And I don't know that with extraction coming back, that trying to do everything on this slide right now is
a huge priority, given that we are going to probably have health impacts, probably have more complaints, have more noise, have more, all the terrible problems that our residents experienced, in production, as our last well has went into production. So I don't know, in terms of the P&A wells, I think at a minimum, when you do with the COGCC, you know, the 150 feet that the COGCC says, I would be inclined to go higher than that, but at a minimum, we do need to fix that. And I guess I struggle a little bit because as Councilmember, I think it was Councilmember Hinkle said, you know, not all these P&A wells are created equal. So different requirements, different timeframes, you know, there's different circumstances, different sizes. I mean, it's complex. So again, using a sledgehammer to crack nuts, I don't know. So I guess with those two points to be, I think the most important off the bat, I'm hesitant to push for a hard and fast setback, but I'm definitely open to it. But I would love a breakdown of what other communities have done to try to resolve the shut-in well problem, because we are not the first to have this problem. So I think that's a component that's missing. That's all I have right now, Mayor.
Thank you. So we're gonna go around again. So I'll start with Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And when I raised my hand, it was at the time of the discussion around the P&A of wells. So I want to go back to that time where Councilman Tessier started that conversation. And I have a something I'd like to note here and then a question for staff. So I might be one of the people that loves to navigate the COGCC's website. I've been doing that for years. And so I have the data here. And if we, I'm happy to share with staff as well, kind of where I've been looking and how I gathered this. There is on this spreadsheet that I found, as by searching by facilities, you can actually see the date of first production, the date when they were first fracked, the current status. And those wells, just to be clear, they have not been shut in for 25 years. These wells were, these 13 shut-in wells were drilled anywhere from, well, first production occurring in 1976 up to like 1993. And they've mostly been shut in from 2017, but they were shut in either 2017, 18, or 2020. So they have been shut in for a terribly long time. But the owners are, there's three here. Natural Resource Group, I don't know if they're still in business, Crestone Peak Resources and Extraction Oil and Gas, ON1 by Kermit. So these are not all orphan wells. A lot of these actually still have an owner. And it just seems like wells from 1976, though, it might be time for those to end 1985 and 1986. I mean, it might be time for these to be plugged and abandoned. And then this is my question for staff. If you look at the wells that we're very concerned about in that upper northeast part of Broomfield, where it would greatly impact future development. The vast bulk of these are operated by Crestone Peak Resources. And so and this might be a question for Tammy maybe, assuming that Crestone moves forward with the Coslet pad, which is going to drill under the top 2 square miles of Broomfield, would these wells be required to be plugged and abandoned as part of that? Can it be a requirement? It's outside of our jurisdiction, but is our land, is it a requirement by the COGCC, or can we require that all of these wells get plugged and abandoned because they're almost all operated by Crestone Peak Resources?
So, as you know, Councilmember Anderson, we have put in comments to the COGCC on the Coslet East pad. The location of the pad is not in Broomfield, it's adjacent to us. But the 2 spacing units that they would be fracking within are in Broomfield. One of our comments has been to ask Crestone for COGCC to require Crestone to P&A all the wells in the 2 spacing units in Broomfield. COGCC is working on the Form 2A now and looking at those conditions. So I don't know if they will make a decision to require that. Other than that, we've required it in operator agreements where it's been negotiated. I will say on your one question on Natural Resources Group, They do have a bond in place that the COGCC is trying to collect on now. They're working on that, they tell us. And that's relevant to our Shannon Roberts well, where we have a tank that has leaked about 5 gallons, and COGCC has decided they will just monitor that. It is not one of their highest priorities, but they are trying to collect on the bond to see how to deal with some of their other wells.
And then there's one other, a couple of wells that are currently producing, well, they must have, if they're producing, they must have an owner blue chip, they must still also be in business. Their wells are producing, they have 2 up there.
Right.
But yeah, so I think that's something, as we're all having this discussion, this P&A of all these wells, not that I'm looking forward to more development on the border of Broomfield, but this could be, the wells in Broomfield could be poison abandoned if it is like something to be part of that program, or part of that requirement for those new wells. And that is all I had, was what I wanted to add, so we'll go back to the discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go back to Councilmember Lim.
Yes, there were just a few points. When there was a reference to the cost of P&A-ing the well, and I think probably we might have been using the wrong term in that context. So we probably should use the word disincentive in this context with setting different levels of reverse setbacks. So there is an incentive to P&A a shut-in well, because the developer gets a shorter reverse setback. If the developer chooses not to P&A, to try to P&A a well, or to have the operator to P&A a well, then there's then they have the consequences happen to them. There's a disincentive, that there's a greater reverse setback. And, I don't see it in the grand scheme of things we have a lot of cost of development in Broomfield for developers. And this seems to me to just be one of those that a developer should take into consideration, because there's risks. P&A wells can leak. And so that, as far as the 250 feet, I think we have enough of our own evidence to make that stick. And as far as the production setback with 2,000 feet, I think the council member was referring to the fact that they needed something a little more digestible. We can't talk about everything that was in the memo that the attorney sent us from last Wednesday, but I found that memo very helpful. And I actually referred to some of the content of that memo in what I said this evening that was not, any legal privilege. So, I referred to the fact that we have these studies that point to the fact that we have these that are peer reviewed. We have numbers of studies that point to the health and safety risks of living within 2,000 feet. That memo pointed to the fact that we have refracking possibilities that are there during the production phase. Yes, as far as I know, someone asked the question. Yes, I understood, we were told that we cannot rule out refracking at any well. An operator could choose to do that. And we have our own evidence of benzene spikes. So I'm clear, at least in my mind, that we have these health and safety risks that point to the fact that we still need the 2,000-foot setbacks. So, and I thought the memo was very helpful. So thank you. I won't say where we got that, but thank you for that memo.
Thank you. And just to remind council, this is our second round and we're trying to do 2-minute comments. Next is Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a few questions. Thanks for these conversations, and I do think it's comprehensive in nature and kind of complex. And for some people, it's very clear. For others, that are weighing, what our developers are looking at as far as being able to develop their area, we need to think about that. And then we also need to think too about how old these wells are and what exactly we're dealing with. Not every well is the same. It is absolutely not true. So, and I also just still want to push back on the shut-in wells. I don't want the developers being the ones paying for that. We got to figure out another way for the shut-in wells, not necessarily to be put on the developer's lap. I know we're trying to incentivize or whatnot, but we need some sort of hard and fast rules on that. I also wanted to know too, do we happen to know this? And if we don't, that's fine, but it might be just something that our staff, I really want our staff to maybe ask the COGCC, at what rate are shut-ins actually being refracked? Because I have a hard time believing oil and gas just up and left in the 70s because they think they're gonna come back and refract that area. I think they're just being lazy, to be quite honest with you. It costs a lot of money to plug and abandon a well. And if they're just gonna shut it in, I mean, that to me says they're just trying to be cheap personally. I don't actually think they have a lot of intentions necessarily to refract. Otherwise they would have done it by now. I would have thought. So I would like to know the actual rate of shut-in being refract. Because if there's been 0 shut-ins that have been refract in like the past 20 years, I think we're dealing with a nothing burger with that one. I really hate that word, nothing burger. I can't believe I use that word. I also wanted to see too, this kind of just, it's frustrating to me with the COGCC is telling us that 150 feet is good enough for a plug and well, for a setback. And then we're saying we need 250 feet. Where's the disconnect there? And why are we requiring 250 feet versus the 150? And maybe I missed that. Or are there just more equipment for that particular well?
I would like to speak to that. So I understood the question to be what was the impact of the Carlson? And we saw equipment on that well pad, that easement they have, around 250 feet in all directions. So that was the answer. I mean, the equipment uses a 250 foot radius, typically is what our inspectors see, but that's moving equipment in, not the activity itself.
Okay.
So maybe that clarification needs to be made.
So it absolutely needs 250 feet, or it would be nice to have 250.
Right, they were just saying, the only thing they inspected on was, yes, we saw equipment, various types of equipment within 250 feet of the process, so.
Okay, they could have moved that equipment someplace else. I bet the COGCC could say, you're not using that piece of equipment, you could park it over here. I don't know.
Right,
what
I
that
mean,
looks like.
it was just the impact, it's the spatial impact of a P&A process, because there are a variety of trucks and other equipment that comes on and off during the process.
Okay. I would like to just see some more just information on that as to why the COGCC is landing on 150 feet and we're landing on 250, if it was that day, do we have pictures of that and what the COGCC could say that that's absolutely necessary? Because it could be that they took up 250 feet that day because they could. I don't know if they had to move some things around or.
Comment on that one more time. Yes, many of these, the operator has an easement on the property or owns the property where the activity is happening. So they take up that space with their equipment. I wasn't recommending a 250 foot setback. That's not a staff recommendation. I thought the question was, what was the parameter of the Carlson 1-24 P&A operations?
Okay. Yeah, because I have a lot of questions about using 250 feet. The COGCC has been plugging and abandoning wells for a very long time, and they say 150. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Show.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as best as we could, I would love to move forward from this study session into some actual setting of policy. I mean, some of us have been having this conversation regarding reverse setbacks for over 2 years. And we have been, in depth with the CDPHE studies. We've attended the weekly oil and gas meetings. We have read these council memos every time they come forward with a lot of repeat information. And so I would love for us to be able to move forward. And it sounds like that, that at least with the plug and abandoned wells, we're sitting within about 100-foot radius between 150 and 250. I think that the comment, of 250 regarding the Carlson 124 well, that was more of what is it going to take if that goes from a shut-in well or producing well to a plug and abandoned well. That's what that would be. We have seen with the Davis 43 or 42 well, 43 well, and that had ramification. That was already a plug and abandoned well, and the mitigation to deal with that was greater than 250. So I think that that's what we're dealing with is at 150 to 250, and it would be great to kind of coalesce around some type of distance, even if it is coming out of tonight's study session between 150 and 250. I think that would at least move us ahead beyond tonight, as opposed to just this big question mark, which is sitting out there right now. And then I think that with the, if we were to bifurcate these conversations and be able to move forward with the plug and abandoned wells first, and then the producing and shut-in wells later, I think that, having some type of framework for staff to be able to understand what is it that we need that is beyond what's already been provided, which has been a lot. But then kind of where are we sitting in terms of that range for producing and shut-in wells? And it seems like tonight we're kind of battling between two extremes. We all have talked about that 500 is inadequate. We talked about that 3 years ago before SB 181, or did I get that right? Before the Senate, state legislature ruled on that and said that 500 feet is not adequate, and put things into motion. So we know that we're sitting somewhere between 500 feet and 2,000 feet, which is the CDPHE study. So we're sitting in between those, and I think that if we can say that here's our goalposts and what we're dealing with, I think that just provides staff a little bit more direction coming out of tonight than just, again, another question mark in another study session. So that's all I have to say tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen, did you have a comment?
I guess I would just say that after listening to all this, I think we're all struggling because there's so many numbers and questions on the table that I think to move forward, my preference, if staff came back with a much narrower scope for us to review, based on the idea that our principle is that we want to develop healthy and safe neighborhoods. That in this case, maybe the way to achieve that, the policy objective is getting these wells plugged, and what are the various options and tools to either mandate or incentivize. And we've seen lots of ideas, whether it's using the setbacks or using other means. And I think we had great comments and points about equity in terms of either the homeowners who are affected, as well as maybe there may be differentiation in terms of the age of the wells, and that would affect the policy. To me, that'd be easier because we're still throwing numbers around without being able to focus on the consequence. If I had one number, it'd be a lot easier to look and see what the choices are and the impacts are. So that'd be my preference, that we ask staff to come back with a much narrower focus, and then we can react to that. And I'm sure the community would react to that and maybe have more ideas.
Thank you. Well, let's see if we have consensus to move forward on the plug and abandon reverse setback. We'll start with the highest, who would be in support of 250 reverse setbacks from PMA. And Councilmember Lim needs to be on the screen. Thank you. 250 reverse setback from plug and abandon well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Okay. Do that again. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we have consensus to move forward on the 250-foot P&A setbacks.
Thank you.
One down. So what do we want to do with the rest, y'all? Because it's late and nothing ever good happens as we get later.
So Mayor, thank you for that. So again, I want to make sure that staff delivers. I think if Councilmember Cohen, if you're looking for us to pick a number, that I'm uncomfortable doing that. I'm in complete agreement, and I think staff can deliver from a policy perspective on how do we incentivize and move forward on P&A wells. I think we can brainstorm, but really the setback conversation, that's a more difficult one than the P&A, right? Because now we're from 250 to 2,000 feet. So for us to arbitrarily pick a number, I don't think we're comfortable with that. So if council could give direction on what it is that council needs when we come back to solidify that decision on the number, on the setback footage.
Councilmember Lyle.
Thank you, Mayor. So, the reason that I did not agree with your consensus building a moment ago is because I really, really liked Councilmember Collins' comments about putting together some sort of a package. It seems to me if we just go through with one tool out of all the tools that we may or may not be discussing, that's premature. So I don't want to give you numbers yet. I want to go back and say, what are all the tools in our toolkit, not just the number for the reverse setback? How do we address, as Councilmember Cohen pointed out, the policy objective of making the entire situation safer for everybody by getting these wells plugged and abandoned? So I'd like to, I know this has been a long conversation, but I think it's a very, very important conversation with regards to the larger picture of how we treat our landowners and our developers as we navigate this health and safety conversation. And as Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski pointed out, we don't really, there's not a lot of easily digestible information on all of this. So I guess I want to go back to looking at tools in the toolkit. I like that for the overall policy objective.
Thank you. Councilmember Edson.
So personally, I'm ready to move forward because we know that the setback of 2,000 feet has a lot of backing behind it. And the real question comes in, when can you come down from 2,000 feet? So I think what we really need, we have this map with the PUDs, what's already approved, the portion up there. Some of these we don't really spend a lot of time on because they've already got vested rights. There is a group of wells in the northeast section of Broomfield, and also the current large scale development. I think what a lot of us need to know is the status of each of these wells, like what more can be done. If these wells can be refracted, it's got to be 2,000 feet, in my opinion, because we're going to go through that same process again. But if these wells are going to be P&A'd and they are completely done, if we could have, I don't know if there's a way to work with the COGCC to say on these types of wells, old single vertical wells in the northeast section of Broomfield, is this the end of their life? I mean, maybe it's a conversation with Crestone. Crestone owns the majority of them. I mean, what are their plans for these wells? I think that's what a lot of people want to hear because we're afraid to say, if you look at a 2,000 foot setback, yes, it takes a ton of land out of development, but how do you, we need to know what could still be done up there. And I honestly think those wells are going to be plugged and abandoned in the near future as part of that development. And if that's the case, I think we're spending an awful lot of time on a conversation here that we're just going to go around in circles because I think we know the policy objective, because some of us have been here so much longer, is that we're trying to protect health and safety. And if we need to, the opposite of that is to say, well, just put a notice out there. Let's just give informed consent and leave it in the hands of each and every homeowner to determine for themselves if it's health and if it's if it's protective of their health, and that's just putting a burden on, talk about disproportionately impacted. I mean, like all of a sudden every homeowner has to go through and try to discern what that means. So honestly, we as a body need to protect health and safety, but this might be way easier than we're making it if these wells are being plugged in the back. So if we could have some information there, that'd be incredibly helpful.
Thank you. We're in unscripted territory, people. I really don't know what direction to go now, because some are ready, some aren't. So how do we manage this?
If I may, Mayor.
Sure.
So we, let us do a little more research on those northwest plugged and abandoned to see from an inventory perspective. And I can say from a staff perspective, chasing it down, I mean, if we can get that with I don't want to say relative ease, right? I mean, again, Tammy's crew is tapped trying to prepare. So if it's something that we can gather and have that inventory and guide the conversation about walking down the path of incentivizing and having those creative pieces. So I see that as one part. I do hear that consistently it is about public health, creating health and safety for these neighborhoods. And in order to do that, we'll come back with, here's some brainstorming creative ways in order to incentivize. And that's not really the right, that's not the right term. So my takeaways tonight are many. One is terms matter. And so those are both vowels that we're not going to use. And then Mayor, on the other piece, we were trying to shift the October 5th meeting so that you all didn't have a meeting. But, well, I mean, again, in order to have a placeholder to come back yet again.
No, I think that
okay.
something else needs to be pushed. I don't think it's sustainable to keep asking us to take special meetings.
Well, it's already on your calendar. We were gonna surprise you all and remove it from the calendar, but so we're already, we already have it. We were just gonna move we were gonna reprogram those two items to other council meetings, and then just from a placeholder perspective. So we're not adding anything. Okay.
Good.
So let us do that. So if I'm clear, so are we moving forward on coming back with council for action items on a 250-foot setback for P&A wells?
That's what I got.
Okay, so we will do that. And then the subsequent piece is something that we'll work on, and we'll report back to council what the status is of doing the brainstorming, collecting the inventory about where those other wells are in the status piece. And then that will inform what the next steps are about identifying whether it's 250 or 2,000.
And if at all possible, try to condense it into one document, so we're not getting sources from different places at different times, so that we have it all in one place for that meeting. And I do find
on the memo versus the,
because I
okay,
have to look back through emails and,
you bet,
coming from different sources, different times.
that's fair.
It's hard to track.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the volume of emails we get.
Although I do need to jump in, we will always separate out the legal advice, because the memo, the council members are a public document. We're not expecting to be issuing any other legal memos on this. The questions that we got tonight weren't legal.
Okay, but it's more of the timing, right? Because your stuff might be way in advance, and then you have to go back and search for that. I didn't even remember it was there, relevant to this discussion until I had a talk with another council member. It really is hard to manage the amount of information that comes our way. So any way to make it more like, this is for this meeting, make sure you read it. might be helpful.
Yes, and also for council to keep in mind that if we enact the 250-foot setback for P and A wells, it will, for a time period, I don't know what that time period is, be larger than the producing 200-foot setback that we have in place now.
Say that again?
So if we move, so moving forward, which, again, from a staff perspective, even checking one of these boxes would be great. But moving forward, if we enact the 250-foot setback on P and A wells, and then subsequent conversations we're about ready to have on the producing wells, we may very well have, just for council's knowledge, a larger a larger setback for P and A wells than the current setback that we have for producing. So right now, the setback for producing wells is 200 feet. So just, it's not for decision-making perspective, it's just saying that we're going to have that until we make a decision on the setbacks for the producing wells.
And for just, I'm sorry, City Manager Hoffman, 200 feet from residential, 500 feet from schools.
Okay, so yeah, we know that, because we haven't done that like that.
Right, that's what we're gonna brainstorm.
Right.
Right,
It's in progress.
it's in progress,
Thank you.
to be determined.
Sure, let's do a straw poll to see who wants 200 or 250 now.
Wait, for what?
Because now that was brought up, people want to change their vote. So, let's do a straw poll. You can do an amendment.
We're planning on coming back with 250 feet.
That's what we discussed. But if they want to change it now, we can do that too. It's whatever council wants. Councilmember Shea.
Thank you. So I mean, I guess I would prefer the straw poll on the producing and shut-in wells, because I think that we're north of 250. I don't think that we're down at 200.
Right.
I don't think we're down at 250 for a producing and shut-in well. I think that we're much more in the range of 500.
The other
to
direction.
2,000 feet. So, you know, I mean, I don't know if we can take a straw poll on that, kind of see where we are in terms of those goalposts. But I think that if we can, you know, somehow get there, then I think that it just helps that conversation to say that we're not really thinking about 200 feet for a setback on a producing and shut-in well.
I thought the prior consensus was it was gonna be between 250 and 2,000. Councilmember Cohen saying yes.
For what?
Those are the goalposts.
For P and A?
No. I didn't hear anybody say 250 for producing and shut-in. I don't think anybody said anything under 5.
See, we should have just ended it there.
Yeah.
We should have just ended it there. Councilmember Hinkle.
I realize that we're talking about health and safety, we're talking about numbers here. I think the reason why we're going back and forth on numbers is because we actually don't have a ton of hard evidence on a specific number for a specific well. I'm really frustrated because you look at these maps too, you guys, and I'm telling you, in Ward 5, you do a 500-foot setback on the producing well for 30 years. That place is never gonna get developed. And I'm not saying that we don't care about health and safety, but I'm wondering if we can do some mitigation on a producing well. I mean, that's kind of where my head is at. And if we can't decide on a number because we don't have enough evidence for a number, we're trying to solve a problem that we don't know what kind of problem that we have. We do have a 2,000-foot setback in a lot of the pre-production time. So I appreciate this 2,000-foot setback talk, and I appreciate the logic email today. But I will tell you, there is a ton of nuance, and that's why I didn't vote for the 250 for the plug and abandoned, is because there's different kinds of plugs and abandons. I really think we need more of an in-depth talk about a lot of those things. And if you look at a map of the 500, I mean, it's going to obliterate. You talk about the long-range financial plan. I mean, that's going to blow thing up, I'll just put it that way. So I want us to be really cognizant about what we're actually talking about. We can't just flippantly call out a number. I want to really put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I am not calling numbers out randomly. I am referring to numbers based on Davis 43-6 and Carlson 124. And those numbers were the trench at Davis 43-6 was 269 feet on one side and 205 feet on the other side. And the subsurface emissions were 180 feet north of the Davis 43-6 well. Those are numbers based on our experience of a P&A well that we have been struggling with and spending a lot of money with for the city since May of 2019. That says to me that we have the evidence that we need to go with a 250-foot setback, along with the fact that Carlson needed that kind of space too. So I'm not pulling out numbers out of thin air. I am looking at the data, especially if we're actually going back and revisiting what we just voted 6-6 in favor of for consensus for the 250 feet. Yes, I am referring to numbers based on our experience in Broomfield that we are living through and spending a lot of money on right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lyman. Oh, Cohen's first and Lyman.
I was just to clarify, I think that my understanding was the 250-foot consensus was to give city council staff a benchmark to work off and come back. And you may end up amending that to 2,000, or you may amend up to 2 in that process. That was my understanding. So I don't think we need to debate any numbers beyond this, but we've given city council a number to start with to base everything on, and then you can judge whether that's sufficient or not, or you like that direction, or if it's equitable or not at that point.
All right, Councilmember Levy.
I'd like to take a straw poll as to whether or not we think we've gotten a lot done tonight. And that at 10:34.5, it's time, because we're not going to get through another very large topic tonight. Whether it might be time to call it, go home, regroup, rethink, and do it all another night. That's my proposal for the current straw poll.
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What?
So those 3 on there.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. There's 6. So we're gonna call it a night. Yeah, we had it all ready to go, but we got it messed up, so I guess we'll start over. Okay. I honestly, I've got nothing. I don't.
We're bringing back a 250 feet P&A setback.
For further discussion. Okay.
We're gonna build back the.
All right, that works for me. Well, let me close this out. Hold on 1 second. Thank you, everyone. That concludes the agenda items for this evening's study session. There being no further